and welcome. Today I'm starting a playthrough of Autumn Leaves. It's a mod for Fallout New Vegas, and I haven't played it before, and I just not sure how it's gonna go because I just created a new character and then just jumped right into it, so I'm not sure if it's meant to be played you know, when your character's more developed if you play in the base game, but anywho, I'm gonna just try it with a new character. And what kind of character do I have? Good question, I'm not sure. So anyways, so I'm at Apatia, and my stats are... got Strength 5, Perception 5, Endurance 6, Charisma 6, Intelligence 6, Agility, and Luck. And my skills are still down quite low. So my character's still level 1, so I'll see if... I'll soon find out if I can actually play this mod with a level 1 character. So anyways, so I'm just outside the entrance and I'm just about to start. And I am... see, I'm just away from the dinosaur there. So it's still fairly early game in this location. And I just want to check my video settings here. Oh, okay.
Years before the nuclear catastrophe, a handful of wealthy men and women grew increasingly worried by the political unrest across their countries. Moral panic, witch hunts, and censorship spread like wildfire. This congregation, scientists, professors, artists, felt the need for a place where history and culture could be preserved, safe from those who would destroy it for its seditious content. They pooled their resources in the hopes of creating such a place, free from the volatile swing of political agenda. A vault was to be built. Within it would be enclosed the most comprehensive collection of books and holotapes in history. The project owed much to the efforts of one Professor Cartwright, who at one time worked for a certain Robert Edwin House at the Robco Company, and used his position to secure valuable contracts within Vault-Tec. As the construction of this library began, the intellectuals gathered their private collections, hunted tirelessly for rare texts to complete them. Cartwright would oversee this process and act as the library's caretaker. When it was time, all would gather for shelter, seal the doors behind them. None of them could predict, however, that the bombs would fall so early, and when they did, Cartwright was alone in the library. The professor knew that his days were numbered. To ensure that the library would not die with him, he spent his time reprogramming his robots. The machines would ensure that the library would persevere until the world could once again take advantage of its wisdom. He would endow them with the ability to think, the ability to choose, the ability to learn. Partly because he feared the dangers that might threaten the library in years to come. Partly because as the years grew long, he needed someone, something to soothe his solitude. 200 years have passed, far enough time for something to go wrong. Today, the courier awakens the library from its long sleep.
Okay, I guess I'll have to adjust that voice volume level a little bit. coming in a little loud. Ah, and I can't pick up the thingies. Maintenance robot graveyard. H.
Oh, is there somebody out there? What? A radio broadcast? So, there's still people out there fitted with a Pip-Boy, huh? Yes, we are. You're coming from a vault, aren't you? Well, I don't see why we should have this conversation through an intercom. Please, come inside. I fear I must ask you to come in alone, though. We have a strict policy when it comes to our maximum number of guests.
It's a big library. Maintenance robot. Despite your presence, the machine gets on with its work as if you weren't there. It looks like another Mr. Handy unit. He's particularly worn out, and some wires are hanging from his left side.
Please move along. If you have any questions, James on the first floor will be happy to answer.
Nice, clean, and tidy. Okay, so I'm at the atrium. Hello, James.
Okay, let's do this right. Greetings, I am James, Rapco Protectron Unit 13882, and personal assistant for Professor Cartwright. How may I help you?
What is this place?
This is the library built by the professor in the year 2072. It is one of the most extensive compilations of human knowledge in the world, provided other collections survive, of course.
You don't mind if I stay and look around a bit?
Of course, you're welcome to use our facility. Feel free to ask Roland upstairs for a room in our living quarters. That said, you should know there are some general rules you must observe during your stay here.
Which are?
Treat the facility with respect. As long as your actions do not threaten our collection, no harm should come to you.
That's some pretty vague rules there. No rules of procedure.
This is how we are programmed. If at any moment one of us interprets your intentions as harmful to the library, you will be dealt with accordingly.
Programmed to interpret? Aren't you programmed to follow a fixed set of rules?
A fixed set of rules means non-dynamic AI. Such design would prevent us from adequately identifying mid- and long-term threats to the library. We need to be able to identify the intentions of our guests based on our careful observations of their behavior, and then react in an appropriate manner. In short, we need to be able to adapt to our guests.
The guy doing the voice, he should have used a pop filter. What you describe requires a tremendous processing power of an incredibly complex programmation. Is that even a word? What are those mid and long-term threats you're talking about? So you're saying you have opinions of your own that you make decisions? I guess I'll see how it holds up. I had other questions about this place.
I'm more than willing to answer.
What's the purpose of this place?
It serves several purposes, from educating the occasional visitor to helping the survivors, building an enlightened society, to remain a beacon of unaltered knowledge of a bygone era, and a safeguard. from historical revisionism, among others. The Victor rewrites history. We need to ensure that the record of past events doesn't get scrapped because of fluctuating political contingencies.
Sorry to shake your tree, but there's already plenty of books outside. What's the point of all this?
Exhaustivity. Each and every book in this place has been properly indexed and sealed in our database, dramatically reducing the risk that any part of mankind's heritage becomes lost. Of course!
Did you get many visitors?
We received a fair share of guests in the past, but the last few years, not so much. It seems the Night Stalkers are roaming around, dissuading most travelers from exploring the area.
Do you need a hand with those Night Stalkers?
I'd rather not. At least not for now. I'm all ears. Ask away.
Who was this Professor Cartwright?
Back when titles were still relevant, he was a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and chief science officer of ROPCO. His domain of expertise, as you surely guessed, artificial intelligence.
How did he manage to build this place?
A well-planned intersection of resources, contacts, and wealth. Of course, being in close relation with Vault-Tec's brass also played in his success. Correct. I'm not surprised he still is alive today. When our master told us about him, he was described as quite the resourceful individual.
Did your master and Mr. House work together?
Yes, but I don't know the details. Our master wasn't very much inclined to talk about his former CEO, for some reason. Let's proceed. Wait. Now that the rules and regulations are taken care of, can I ask you a question?
Oh, this mod is Autumn Leaves. For Fallout New Vegas. A question now, ain't that a surprise? When was the last time someone asked me a question?
I heard that the outside world is violent. Seeing you carry these weapons around, I assume you can take care of yourself out there. You already killed someone, didn't you? How did it feel?
Stop assuming you know something about me. Carrying a weapon doesn't make me a killer.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I won't ask it again and leave you be. Please enjoy our library.
Yeah, I downloaded this mod from ModDB. Systems room. So far there's not a whole lot of things I can actually interact with, but he did suggest I go up to the second floor. Book dispenser. It seems this terminal will dispense books, provided you insert enough printing cards. As you skim through the available books description, you've taken a little aback by how gruesome some of them seem. This book dispenser station, it will allow you to print special books. On reading each of them will teach you a new exclusive perk. Next to the terminal is a list of all the available books on their corresponding perk effects. Perk description 1 of 4. Booby trapping friends and family. Explosives have 10% chance of knocking your enemies prone. Chop chop. From kitchen to front lines. Bladed attacks ignore 10 of your enemy's DT. Damn it. I don't know. Colored bruises. A rainbow of pain. Unarmed attacks inflicts 20% more damage to enemies for each of their arms they got wounded. Cutting corners on the battlefield. Your one-handed guns attacks and bats inflict grievous head damage to your opponents with low health. Energy tinkering. Boiling your opponent. Your laser attacks inflicts 25% more damage to heavily armored enemies. Perk description number 2. Pop 'em like moles. Blunt weapon attacks inflict 20% more damage to enemies equipped with guns. Prosthetics, a long-term investment. Your attacks and bats inflicts 15% more damage to your enemy's legs. Psychological warfare and implanting PTS. Your enemies inflict 5% less damage. I'm not sure if that's a typo or not, because I have noticed some typos and I'm just trying to skip over them. Recreational and chemical experimentations. Cat Eye now provided you with 4% of increased critical chance on ingestion. Riot tactics. It's all in the wrist. Blunt weapons inflict 25% more damages to opponents with 6 intelligence or more. Perk description number 3. Every little counts. Your one-handed guns now inflicts 2 more damages per hit. Hungry Soldier, Vicious Trooper. When struck with Advanced Starvation, you inflict 25% more damage. Meat by any other name. Bladed weapon attacks inflict grievous wounds of often kills enemies with low HP. Medical history. Your best ally. Your attack in bats inflicts 15% more damage to limbs. No deserters. You inflict dramatic damage to fleeing enemies with throwing melee weapons. Second skin. You gain 5 DT. I'm not sure what DT is. I feel like I'm supposed to be reading damage. The damage percentage. But I don't know what DT is. If you're wearing medium or heavy armor, the incurable effects of plasma concussions, your plasma attacks have 5% chance of knocking down enemies. Many virtues of underfed workers. When struck with minor starvation, you are 10% faster. Action points reduced 15%. They shoot horses, inflict more damages with rifles if your opponent's legs are wounded. Weapon love songs from World War I. Weapons decay 20% slower. Oh, I see. And then you can, look at that. Then you can just, craft these skills. Wearing their skin? Interesting. Well, I'm still like a level 1 character, so... Deputy badge. Dress cane. Broken syringe. You found a corpse in the study room. That robot butler, James, might know something about it.
So, how may I help you?
I found a body in the study room. Is it your master's?
Yes, he hasn't been answering for a century now. I may be overextending my judgment on this, but I think he's dead.
Corpse in the... okay. His fateful love for books put aside. What can you tell me about him?
A grave for robots outside. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. We can't go out. The maintenance bot is able to, but only rarely, and only to conduct checks and repairs on the exterior. Why not? He liked it there. Because of that protocol of ours, we must protect the library, and it involves that we stay here. Back when titles were still relevant, he was a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Chief Science Officer of ROPCO. His domain of expertise, as you surely guessed, artificial intelligence. All that we know is that one day we found him in this position, under a pile of books. He hasn't moved ever since. As for now, we theorize that he tripped and tried to catch something to stop his fall. The bookshelf came down with him. Yes? What about him?
It won't let me talk about the empty syringe, which seems suspicious.
See you around. Let's talk about the outside world next time.
Those flowers are pretty. Okay, so we got common room, cafeteria, and clinic. Future weapons today. Fixing things. Take turgid and violent actions. Book collector, 1 of 20. Find all the books. Dexter Aldridge, audio log number 2.
Aldridge here. It's about time I found something relevant to... Roger, stop frightening me like that! What is it now? Wait. You smell like cigarettes. Did you actually smoke inside the library? Are you crazy? What do you think will happen to us if those monomaniacal contraptions notice one of us is smoking in a library? Well, I don't know either. And I don't want to know. So get your a shower and get rid of that filthy smell before they catch you. If their maker gave them something as useless as a personality, I wouldn't be surprised if they're also equipped with some sort of sniffing module. And even if they aren't, you really stink. So chop chop, shower.
Atomic cocktail. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to upload this VOD or keep this VOD because this music that's playing and stuff, I don't know if I'm going to get hit with a copyright strike. Clinic. Elena.
Welcome. How may I help you?
What kind of help do you provide?
I am programmed to treat a wide array of human traumas. Do you need treatment?
This wound. Nah, I figured I could continue soaking your carpet with my blood if that's yeah, sure.
It seems you are wounded. Please lay down and stay still for a moment. I'll take care of your wounds. Okay. Here you go.
Health restored. I have questions about you and your robotic fellows.
Is this about us in general, or about one of us specifically? Well, we abide to our programming, which is restrictive for some parts, and very permissive for others. Besides our ability to emulate most human emotions, our main difference with traditional personality simulations is that we can learn and evolve. By questioning what we have learned, daily, we process all newly acquired information and compare it with our current knowledge. We analyze, appraise, and question what we know, and use it to build a new perspective. Although the learning process is very intuitive to humans, it is an incredibly complex process to AI like us. We have to prioritize and value every new lesson, every new idea, every new concept through careful examination and confrontation. A good analogy is the one of a crippled learning to walk with synthetic legs. In the same manner, we learn how to think with a synthetic brain. Besides the fact that we have to enforce our basic protocols, namely to protect humans, protect the library, protect ourselves, we are restricted in our behaviors by preset personalities. For example, my own neurocomputational matrix is programmed to be supportive, helpful, and comforting, when Roland, for another example, is programmed to be obnoxious, disobedient, and provocative. Yes? Yes? Anytime.
Yeah, I gotta fix the audio volume. I'm finding like some voices are super quiet, and then some are super loud, and then the music seems like terribly loud. See if that's any better.
Forgive me if I'm being too inquisitive, but the scar on your forehead, it is recent, isn't it? Seeing how this is a bullet wound, you might have sustained damage to your brain. I think I might be able to help you with it. First, let me ask you, under which circumstances were you wounded?
It all began when I asked to deliver a platinum chip to Vegas. Took a bullet to the head, what's there to tell?
Since we may also be dealing with psychological issues, it is relevant that I know how it happened.
It all began when I asked to deliver a platinum chip.
That's quite a story, I must say. And quite a miracle you didn't die. Let's have your head scanned now. Please sit comfortably while I prepare the procedure.
I thought I was gonna have to go through the whole story.
Oh, you're awake. For now, the results are rather encouraging. It doesn't seem that you sustained major damage, though I fear there may be some complications.
What are those complications you speak of?
People suffering from brain trauma often encounter a wide range of personality and coordination disorders, as well as language impairment issues, social disinhibitions, and in some cases, extraordinary risk-taking, as well as a dangerous tendency to transgress rules. Did you observe any of those symptoms?
I feel weak and clumsy. I sometimes feel the urge to smash chessboards into tiny splinters. I tend to pick up everything I see as if it has always been mine.
Okay.
I view things under a different light now. My ethics tend to fluctuate. I have trouble staying focused. I often put everything on hold and just go wandering off the road.
Suggested non-stimulant courses C17H21N.
Now that you mention it, it seems I can't speak very long sentences. What's up with that?
Seems serious. Some of those symptoms are likely to persist, until you get used to them or until they disappear completely. This should help. When you told me what happened to you, There was one thing that bothered me. Your decision to go after the people who ambushed you. Did you ask yourself why you began chasing the person that nearly killed you? Especially considering how close he was to succeeding.
Mentats. Are you implying I have no idea what I do, why I do what I do? Or a machine, you got some nerve, Elena. Are you kidding? Of course I asked myself why'd I chase them. Well, I didn't really think about it. It seemed like the thing to do. Weird. It's not like me.
That's what I feared.
Let's say you're right. I'm a little confused or simply not quite healed. What do you propose?
That you think about your motives. During your stay here, and as long as you allow it, I will regularly monitor your cerebral activity. On your side, I might ask you to read some books, which may help you put your motivations into perspective. Wonderful! The first book I want you to read is The Count of Ponte Risco. Please come back when you're done with it. I lent it to Roland a while ago. He should know where it is.
Oh, there's a plastic dino in a cage on your desk. Something obviously eluding me.
Ah, it's a special something. I'm glad you asked. As a matter of fact, it's a symbol. Can you guess what it is supposed to represent? That interpretation holds a lot of meaningful information. It's a very nice answer. I like it. But the fact that you chose this interpretation is what's important. And that's precisely what the dino is for me. A way of knowing our guests.
Are you sure it is nothing more? After all, it is you who chose to put these symbols on your desk.
I am a machine. I will never understand symbols or interpret their meanings on my own. But I know humans can. But surely, you're not just here to talk about our plastic friend. How can I help you?
Oh, I found this broken syringe near the body of your master.
Near the body of our master? Where exactly? It is dusty. It has been there probably for a long time. No, never. I never saw him using Med-X. He didn't show any signs of regular usage either.
It's got some peculiar cracks on it, as if somebody crushed it in the middle.
Yes, it's curious. It reminds me of the first syringes that I broke. It was a time when I wasn't fully calibrated for medical treatment and broke every fragile object I handled. Probably, yes. But why would anyone steal Med-X and administer it to our master? One dose isn't enough to produce such dramatic effects. You can rule that out. As Protectrons, our bodies are not fit for certain operations. Our movements and physical activities too had to be recalibrated for our daily tasks. In short, unless programmed so, we are clumsy when we aren't doing what we are manufactured for.
Okay, but how do I get out of this dialogue?
Probably. That means that either the killer didn't wish our master to suffer, or that someone found our master before he died and tried to ease his suffering.
Oh, okay.
It's very likely. If you have any more questions about this, don't hesitate to ask me. Don't mention it.
Too late, I already did.
Anytime.
Okay, so I have to find a book called The Count of Ponte Risco. which I'm assuming is different from the Count of Monte Cristo. Oh yeah, she said Roland has it, so I was supposed to be on the same... common room. Sanctum. This place is kind of confusing. There, common room. Hello, Roland.
Oh, terrific! Daddy's boy let another bum in the door. Well, welcome to Library Day Roland. Don't steal any of my shit, okay? Looks like you can't read anyways, so I probably don't have much to worry about. Well, it's not my fault. I had abusive parents and they, used to hit me.
When you said Daddy's boy earlier, did you refer to James? Elena told me you were reading The Count of Monte Cristo.
Yeah, I was. I couldn't get what it was about. Do you need it for something? It's around here somewhere.
As a pillow, maybe. I have no desire to read it. Can you summarize it for me?
Hell if I know. Did she expect me to have some kind of life-changing epiphany? Some transfigurative moment that changes me forever from a petty, angry piece of garbage? Well, not so, my ugly friend. I have my own favorite reads. It's on a table downstairs. Probably. You're a lazy piece of shit, but I can totally relate to that. I gave up after 3 pages. Anytime. You know, this is a classy establishment, not a homeless shelter for ugly, radioactive, pushy dipshits. But so be it. This is what our beloved master wanted, so I shall oblige. Here's the key to your special discount suite. I have no doubt you will feel right at home there. Oh yeah.
Dexter Aldridge Audiolog 1.
One thing is for sure. We are leaving tomorrow. Our stay here has been utterly pointless, and Knight Roger hasn't been the most helpful auxiliary. It is rather safe to say that his main preoccupations were playing the pool table and stuffing himself with pre-war food.
A hole in the wall, a Roscoe? Fixing things. Dorm area. Okay, I found my room. It's very, very dirty. Your hand brushes against the keyboard, a message suddenly pops up on the screen. Ah, you're here. So, shall we get started? Who or what are you? Doesn't matter who I am. The answer would be more confusing than helpful anyway. Getting started to what? There is something you must find. Cartwright had something in mind for each of these guys. He had something prepared, I don't know what. These guys? You mean robots? Yes, the robots. What is this something prepared you're asking me to find? Just get it, okay? Can't stay too long. We'll talk later. Okay, I'm gonna have to adjust the audio again because the music in this is starting to put me to sleep. Easy listening things is just a little too sedative for me. Duct tape. Oh. Okay, so he said it was downstairs. James wanted to talk to me further. Maybe he has something interesting to say. To the atrium. Roland fella seems like such a jerk. Oh yeah, there's the cafeteria. Clinic. And back down here again. So he said he left it somewhere on a table. A good read. Oh, Dexter Aldridge Audio Log 3. How the hell am I supposed to get Senior Scribe if you
And with Knight Erickson on top of that. But I have good hope. I will find something actually useful down here. Finding this place is just my luck, and the perfect opportunity to shine.
Well, he said it was downstairs on a table. I don't see anything yet. A case study. The book describes the history of an otherwise unremarkable man named Ignatius Page. Oh. Sheet music. Living with polyphonia. Find all the light blue spines. 3 of 20. True Police Stories. Salesman Weekly. The Daughter of Its Own Son. 4 of 20. Last Resistance of the Great White North. 5 of 20. think I looked through here. I think I did the circle. Hello, James.
So, are you getting comfortable in the library? I was wondering perhaps you could help me with something.
You can always ask.
Some years ago, 2 people came here. The first one wore some kind of purple robes. The second had heavy armor, military. From what I could gather, they were on some kind of scouting mission. The robed one, Dexter, really did extensive research. Consulted a great deal of books, but never told me what he was looking for exactly. As to whether they found something, I can't say. They stayed for 3 weeks and they were just gone.
And the part where I step in is?
I would like you to see if you can find anything out about them. They left in such a hurry that I had no time to ask what they intended to do with their knowledge of this place. Maybe they forgot something. They did not even tell me if they learned something useful. I don't know how to put this. We lost both keys to their room. So maybe there's something in it, maybe not. I have no way to be sure. My siblings told me I was overacting when I suggested blowing up the doors to get inside. Besides, Roland has the final word when it comes to the living quarters. You can probably guess what his answer was.
No.
Because they did. Dexter liked to record his observations at the first opportunity. It is something we strongly encourage our guests to do. And to share with us for survey reasons. We didn't expect that he would record so many, though. Worst thing is, he left them scattered all over the place. No, wait. The real worst thing was that there wasn't any relevant information on these. Yeah, it's a big deal. We had to deal with some rough situations in the past. We are trying to learn from our mistakes. It's pretty important for me, for us, to know how outside people perceive this place, and what they intend to do with what they learned here. We once received a visit from a group of slavers. They had been tipped off by one of our previous guests, who told them that there was food and shelter here. Things got quickly out of hand. We had to drive them off, violently. We had to seal this place off for a few months, the time to let things blow off, calm down.
I think you meant cool off, not blow off.
Roland should know which room those 2 were occupying. There might be something there. A note, or a recording on what they thought about this place.
Okay.
Ah, compensation.
Yes.
Well, there are some popular books we try to keep out of everyone's hands, mainly because their main appeal is military knowledge. And it's something we're so fond of promoting. We could print you copies if you wish.
No. I'll take knowledge over money.
Good. Come back when you've found something.
Hey, Soda. No, you didn't miss the end of Fallout 4. I got a little frustrated with the, crazy long loading times in the transition areas, and I was in between the Predawin and starting the Institute. There was just so many loading screens, one after another, like usually 3 or 4 just to get to a location. And it's just like I was spending I felt like I was spending like an hour of a 4-hour stream just in loading screens. So, you know, when I heard there's going to be a update to fix that, I thought, well, I'll just pick the playthrough up once that patch is released. So this here is the first day of Autumn Leaves. It's a Fallout New Vegas mod. so I don't have to worry about loading screens. Because I was looking at other mods for Fallout 4, but anyways,
Well, you should ask Roland for any kind of misplaced books, I fear. He usually loiters around in the lounge on the second floor.
Oh, here we go. Oh, I was just spoken to by a terminal. Are some of those fitted with personality modules?
What? Of course not. Personality modules were hard enough to come by, not to be wasted on some kind of terminal. It took months for our master to manufacture each one of those.
Oh, and if you're listening to the stream with headphones on, James here, whoever recorded his dialogue, didn't use a pop filter, so it can be a little poppy. Remind me, what's the deal with that Brotherhood duo and their holotapes?
Yes.
What? Don't you have anything better to give? Like, okay, no. I found nothing conclusive yet.
Good.
Seems strange. So I'm not entirely clear on what's going on in this thing yet. There's some interesting ways to go about getting perks so far.
Do you need a hand or something? You know, you're lucky I don't have 6 fingers, or I'd give you 4 middle fingers instead of just 1. It's nothing personal. You're just ugly, that's all. And I can smell your sphincter.
You cannot. You don't have a nose.
A dump! That's our executive suite! I'm sorry you're not pleased with the accommodations. Just as if, my good woman, we put a lovely woman named Piper in there.
Piper? But the toilet is clogged, the bed isn't done, and there's hair on the sheets.
Oh, maid! Maid! This lady's toilet is clogged! Oh, that's right. She's dead! Oh, well, she's one of our lovely guests that consumed almost all of the remaining food supplies and defecates in toilets that don't even flush anymore. Which I can all smell, by the way! I'm shocked. Shocked you of all people are a quitter.
Okay, James told me you were the go-to guy if I wanted some special books.
Oh, right, that's me, alright. The go-to guy for the special books right here. Good old Roland. Oh, I don't know. It's a goddamn library. Why don't you look around, asshole? You know, believe it or not, I used to actually care about this place. Oh yeah. It was my sole purpose in this existence after all. So, when I see a bunch of reckless Neanderthals utilizing these books for the most distasteful of purposes, as well as wearing them out before any future generations can enjoy them, I decided it was best to put them away for safekeeping. Sue me.
Give them to me.
Oh, well, she's one of our lovely guests that consumed almost all of the remaining food supplies and defecates in toilets that don't even flush anymore. Which I can all smell, by the way! In detail? Rather tall, one hand with 3 fingers, cool eye patch, dirty as hell, spoke loudly, snored louder, spilled blood all over the place. It took a whole 6 months to get better. Scolded our master about some obscure shit and I couldn't care less about, and it finally went away. Shit, man, are you gonna play detective all night here? What does it matter anymore? Yes, they did, and no, I didn't know what it was all about. You know, I read how the typical adult human body contains 5 to 6 liters of blood, but it doesn't really register until you see so much of it pooled out on the ground in front of you. It took 4.7 hours for our maintenance boss to scrub it all away. What a mess. Luckily, Helena took that bloody disaster to the infirmary before it spread to the Persian rug. Yeah, well, she was all messed up. Your organics take forever to kind of heal back to some kind of semblance of a working order. Even then, you're never 100% again. I'm glad I'm not one of you. Anyways, why don't you go ask Helena? She'll elaborate more on this. Jeez. Well, since we're besties now, I could try, but honestly, Alright, I'll give it a shot. Try me. Yeah, exactly. What is the deal about them?
Why don't you let James in their living quarters?
Why don't I? Because James has to learn how to let it go, buddy. Get busy living or get busy dying is one of my favorite movies used to say. You know, movies. Ugh, never mind. Yes? No.
Where is their room? No. Where is the key to the room?
No.
Did they leave? Did they left? No. It should be, did they leave some holotape somewhere?
Huh? What was that? My hearing's getting a little fuzzy in my old, try again? No. Alright. Wait, forget what now? Oh, I have...
Roland. Roland. Ledger. Dexter Aldridge and Roger Erickson is in room number 5. Room number 2 is skin cancer. That's nice. Piper. Darren Andretti. And Cecilia Parsons. So he's in 5.
What is it now, Roland?
Oh. Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Sigmund Freud. Dealing with the loss of a loved one. Introduction to taxidermy. I have no voice module and must process my dread. Oh, a blue book. The Book of Fellowship. 6 of 20 books. Oh. Today's physician. I still haven't found the book that Rollins said that he had. He said he set it on a table somewhere. And Elena told me to... Okay, so... Oh, this is number 3. Okay. This is number 2. This is number 6. Oh, locked very hard. Well, it's going to be a little hard to do that for me because this is number 7. This is a level 1 character. This is level 5 and it requires a key, so... Oh, and I'm in number 4. The dirt hole. Oh, wait a sec. Is there anything in this? I find I have to keep going into first person because it's kind of hard to... Depending on what I'm looking at, whether I can interact with it or not, it seems to be more effective if I'm in first person and can activate it easier that way. Jar of rifle powder. Oh yeah, I was already in here. Wait a minute. He said that my toilet didn't work. Where's my toilet? I can't even flush it. That was weird. I thought I heard footsteps. That was creepy. Alright, so... You found some of Dexter's holotapes. Nothing conclusive yet. Their content may lead you somewhere. And I'm still looking for the Count of Ponterisco. Okay, so I think I looked pretty thoroughly on the main floor. What haven't I looked in yet? Because he said it was like on the floor below. Anyways, I'll just have to go through here. See, I looked through that area. Oh, maybe I could ask another question to Helena. About the bleeding lady.
How may I help you? I will help you as much as I can, as long as you don't ask me to breach medical confidentiality. Strong character. Piper had seen many things and lived a whole lot of experiences outside. Survived the Holocaust, too. I don't know. He never let anyone in Piper's room before you. When I think of it, the only parallel I can draw between the two of you is a notable head wound and a tendency for vengeance. I can't tell you more about it. The rest falls under patient-therapist confidentiality. Piper had an eye patch, a bullet wound most likely. Roland may have drawn a parallel between the two of you. If you ever find a way to force Roland to tell you the truth, and this might not come easy, you might get something interesting out of this. I know that, despite his foolhardy behavior, there is nothing gratuitous in his actions. And they are?
Was your master some kind of masochist or programmer robot that obnoxious? To be honest, he's giving me a hard time. Any advice on how to handle him?
Please keep in mind that whatever you tell him, he will use it at the first occasion to irritate you. He's both clever and persistent. That said, I remember 2 people that managed to avert his vigorous badgering. As time went by, our master seemed more and more amused by Roland's provocations. In the end, every time Roland tried to taunt our master, he shrugged it off with a laugh. As for the other one, it was our first guest, Piper. Strong character.
Yeah, I thought I already read that.
And a little bit, yes. Our master needed to stay focused. Even if we each provided a form of stimulation, we were more or less yes-men to him. He needed something to push him out of his boundaries from time to time. So to keep his fighting spirit alive, he programmed Roland. And as for why he allowed Roland to be offensive to our guests, I suppose he thought that it was critical for our guests to have at least a modicum of patience or self-derision. Well, Roland forbids me to tell that story, but I'm not supposed to follow his orders anyway. It's a rather amusing story, to be honest. As you know, our master defined Roland to be offensive and irritating in great variety of ways. And there was one method which he was very proficient with. Impersonation. Seeing how we resemble each other physically, the only way our master could differentiate us at the time was our voice modules. Then one fine day, Roland discovered he could mimic both my and James's voices. He'd then pass up as one of us and act as if he was malfunctioning. For a time, our master bought it and went to great troubles trying to repair us, until he realized that Rollo was mocking him all along. So he put a cowboy hat and star on him so he could never fool him again. Later, he decided to paint us all and give us some visual identity.
I don't know if Roland would be glad to know you got it back. He hated this badge so much, he used to bump into walls, doors, bookshelves to make it fall. Don't mind me if you want to give it back to him.
Wait a minute, I found that badge next to the body.
I could tell you it gets better with time, but I would be lying.
Ah, James. Isn't he a sweet fellow? We are all programmed to try and understand what we can't grasp. For us, intuitive concepts like dreams, sensations, or feelings are elusive. There's a chasm between humans and us, and despite the odds, we have to work every day to find a way to cross it. That's how we are made. We are constantly chasing concepts that escape us. He couldn't resist, could he? I told him this would make our guests uneasy. Shortly put, he is programmed to ask all kinds of questions, to be curious of the outside world and people. Because of this, our master decided he would be the first to talk to new guests. He's the one managing this vault's relation with the outside. For some matters, yes, even if we all have our field of authority. As for the library, since we have limited resources to ensure its perpetuation, he is the one to make long-term decisions. We can't go out. That would leave this place unattended, and we all have a role to fulfill here. Besides, what's a few Protectron out there if not easy pickings for scavengers? Maybe he expects to know you better through this, and through you, learn about the world. Yeah.
There's something about Piper and Roland's I'd like to go. Something about Piper and Roland I'd like to go over.
Roland. What of him?
I could tell.
When I'm not, I try to develop my psychoanalytical skills, which is quite difficult. Do you wish to? Yes? Anytime.
Okay, so I found a broken syringe. I talked to What's-Her-Face about it. But when I spoke to James and them, I didn't get another prompt to discuss it further.
I wanted to ask, what is scratching an itch like? How would you rate it?
5 out of 5. I scratched myself once. I would scratch again.
As factual as it gets.
Okay. How many are you? What do you do around here? I'm not getting a new prompt with the information I'm getting.
Yes, great.
Okay, it's a harsh world. People get by more or less miserably until they end up dying an absurd death.
The outside world seems harsh indeed. I'm sure you'll find some much-deserved respite here. Know that we protect our hosts from violence. Sometimes.
Respite? You mean respite?
Besides reading, on the first level you'll find the movie theater, the reading room, the laundry, the borrowing service, and the computer room. Not that much on this one, except our database, Arthur, and he's not very responsive.
Okay.
See ya.
Let's see if I can find those places to further my progress. Utility. Oh, it requires key. What's this room? Oh. The Neanderthal Genome Project. Clive Blackmore. That's 7 of 20. The terminal's not responding. Activate the the Baron of Ponte Risco. This book relates the story of a disgraced noble who undertakes a dramatic quest to get revenge against the man responsible for his fall from grace. As he progressively infiltrates the household of his rival under the guise of a humble servant, he gets to endure the regular abuse and cruelty of both his rival and his family. While all his clumsy attempts at killing his nemesis fail miserably, he progressively gets involved in the stewards' and maids' intrigues, in which he reveals himself a very poor player. The protagonist finally loses his life during a climactic confrontation with the household's dog, which he couldn't forgive for eating a hard-earned dessert he had to beg for. Why did she want me to read that? That was dumb. Pretty flowers. Library. Oh, this must be the theater. Keep yourself alive. It's 8 of 20. Nuka-Cola. Okay, so I see a bunch of holotapes here, but... What? Wondering if there's a Dexter one hiding under all of these. Nope. Oh no! Oh crap. Oh crap, when's the last time I saved? Oh good, there's an autosave. Okay. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh well, let's hop over. Systems room. Okay, nothing interesting in there. Where was that room I was in? Oh, I was in here already. Let's Sorry, I didn't mean to step on your skull. Oh, a passage. Wait a minute. That's the entrance, not a passage. Oh, okay, here we go. This is where I crashed. Oops. Printing card, in case I need them for the other thing. Tales of Chivalry. Wait, where'd the other magazine go? There it is. It kind of clipped through there. Oh wait, is that sarsaparilla? And a bottle cap. Okay, where's the projector? How can this be a theater without a projector? Okay. Can I open this now? Okay. So, what did I pick up? 42 holotapes. Oh, it's 42 pounds. I probably shouldn't be carrying that. Oh, and I was in here, but I, Okay. Done your homework, talk to Elena. Okay. Utility. Clinic.
So, Helena, getting your hands dirty with our guest's monkey brain yet?
With our guest arriving, you're choosing quite the time to interject.
I'll leave them be for a while. They'll probably trip on something sharp and accidentally kill themselves. Anyways, who cares? Come on, I guarantee you'll have your hands fuller with me.
How may I help you?
I read the book you recommended, The Story of the Disgraced Count.
Good. What did you think of it?
It's heavy-handed, and I'm not only speaking of the writing.
Wait, what is heavy-handed?
Your attempt to relate this book to me as if I'd relinquish my revenge because of some epiphany?
You're wrong. I'm not expecting you to give up your revenge. I just want to know how you feel about a revenge that didn't go as originally planned. Anyway, your reaction is rather thought out. It's a good sign.
Am I cured yet?
No, not quite. But I'm glad you took to heart to follow my advice. There is another read I would like you to have. It's A Study on Ignatius Page by Robert Marlowe. I believe you might find a copy downstairs, in the biology shelves.
Hey now.
Okay. Okay, so I did see that earlier. No, that's a pre-word book. Oh, here. Ignatius Page, A Case Study. The book describes the history of an otherwise unremarkable man named Ignatius Page, notoriously known for the spectacular head injury the poor man suffered during the Civil War. During an assault, 2 pieces of shrapnel pierced Page's forehead and lodged themselves into his skull. Numerous accounts report that the man regained consciousness a few seconds after the accident. Physician's examination reports substantial blood loss as well as some cerebral matter. Despite the risks of worsening his condition, the medic decided to operate on him despite the lack of appropriate surgical tools. Page wasn't expected to survive. During his 3 months of convalescence, Ignatius talked in his sleep, describing accurately the pain he felt and went to great length explaining how he couldn't possibly be alive. He would later report that he was experiencing strange out-of-body experiences during which he regularly explored a derelict castle. Against all medical predictions, Page's wounds eventually healed and he was strong enough to come back home. Many of his closed ones, I think they meant close ones, remarked dire changes in his behavior. Previously affable and well thought, he became rash, childish, and violent. Some months after his fits of anger and violence, he would explain that he couldn't express himself any other way. He was aware he had acted differently from before, but stressed that his behavior felt perfectly natural to him at the time. He did notice that people were expecting him to display his customary gentle nature, but simply didn't understand why. Okay. I wish there was a stairwell just straight back up again.
Helena!
My patient is here, Roland. I am ending this conversation.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Helena, you are just too kind.
Cutting you off now. How may I help you? What did you make of it?
I don't know, I forget what I was reading. Okay, let's say I'm sick. How much time does it leave to... no. Is my revenge just pathological reaction of my brain? If yes, screw the Mojave. I'm out of here. That book, do you think I'm sick? That Gage or Page was an unfortunate sort. No worries though. My case isn't as severe as his.
It's true. You were not as badly wounded as he was. Do you think it's reason enough not to be worried? Have you changed since your accident? Are you more yourself now than you were before? And if yes, will your current actions help you find yourself? All of these are questions you will have to answer eventually.
Even before having that bullet in my head, I regularly question myself. Nothing new here.
Then you won't be out of your comfort zone.
What's the haps now? Got another book for me? This is getting tiresome. I don't see what this is supposed to bring me.
You're free to stop whenever you want. Though, I'd still warrant one last read. I believe you will find this last book in your room.
Oh. Oh, I keep going down the wrong way. Okay, so... I was trying to go back to that fork in the road where it was like one way was... Oh crap. Oh what? Dexter Aldridge audio log.
I can't believe this toaster has the nerve to deny us access to the living quarters on the sole ground that Roger lost both of our keys. We tried to sleep in the movie theater, but Erickson has grown so disgustingly fat from his constant binge eating that he snores when he sleeps. Even after I kicked him onto the ground. So I left him there and tried to sleep on the couch in the lounge. But as soon as I fell asleep, that toaster, Roland, began to walk across the room, singing this stupid song praising his useless spurs, the dingle dangle or whatever the hell they do. So here I am, crawling under a desk in the classroom, trying to set a makeshift bed for me to cry myself to sleep. Yet, I'm wide awake, and trying to calm the f down by recounting these events on a holotape. As you can hear, it works perfectly!
Nine out of 20. I wonder if I get a cookie if I find all 20. Okay, I want to go back to the common room.
Oh, recipe books on cooking radioactive dirt? I'm sorry, but they're all out at the moment.
Why are you provoking your other fellow robots, and especially Elena?
Must I spell everything out for you? Pay attention, you'll figure it out.
Okay, just a sec. Okay, I turned off the music, I thought.
Ugh, you again. Somehow you've made me transcend my codebase and wish I had a stomach full of half-digested food and acid so I could violently spill it out onto the floor. Weird. Must I spell everything out?
No, I don't know how or why you do it. You're programmed to piss off humans? Spit it out, Roland, I'm serious. It is because you're not really robots, but rather human brains in jars wired up to a machine?
Are you listening to yourself? Brains in jars? Is that where you left yours?
Yes.
Oh, you're serious? Well, I had no idea. That changes everything. Well, I'm serious too. Mind your own fucking business.
Yeah, that really works.
And like many things in this world, that's something you don't need to know. You brought...
So he was doing something to the other guys. Let's see what we got here. On one holotape, you learned that Dexter's cohorts lost both keys to their room. Find one of them. Okay. Oh. Was it Dexter and... what was the other guy's name?
Oh, here you are.
Dexter and Roger. Dexter and Roger. So... geez, finding a key is going to be hard. But Roger lost both keys. Okay, so where was I earlier? These stairs really throw me because I'm a simple-minded person. Okay, I'm back here again. Maybe James knows where his key is.
I wanted to ask, what is scratching?
5 out of 5. Oh, it feels just like sneezing, but with your skin instead of your nose.
Gee, impressive. So it serves some function in a human courtship rituals then.
No. Nothing about any key indications. 3 of 50, find all the printing cards. Well, some of them, if I pick them up, it's considered stealing. For I have tasted the fruit. That gives me 10 of 20. 10 of 20. A Darwinist spirituality. 11 of 20. Fellowship of the Ring. 12 of 20. Key is so tiny. Okay, I already found these ones. Malformations. 13 of 20. Oh. I need a lockpick of 100. I have a new character right now, so I cannot pick it. Utility requires key. This goes back into the library, I think. Okay. And then this room. I should double check this room in case there's a key somewhere. Okay, I want to re-listen to this.
I can't believe this toaster has the nerve to deny us access to the living quarters on the sole ground that Roger lost both of our keys. We tried to sleep in the movie theater, but Erickson has grown so disgustingly fat from his constant binge eating that he snores when he sleeps. Even after I kicked him onto the ground. So I left him there and tried to sleep on the couch in the lounge. But as soon as I fell asleep, that toaster, Roland, began to walk across the room, singing this stupid song praising his useless spurs, the dingle-dangle or whatever they do. So here I am, crawling under the desk in the classroom, trying to set a makeshift bed for me to cry myself to sleep. Yet, I'm wide awake, and trying to calm the down by recounting these events on a holotape. As you can hear, it works perfectly!
What's the key binding for grab? Oh, I can't move the pillow. They didn't seem like they were too happy staying here, so if they were so miserable, I don't know why they bothered to stay. Well, I guess they did take off at some point. But did they really take off? Or is this Roland person, or Roland this, like, psycho robot? Because, I mean, his star was left at the body of his master. And, Helena confirmed that, oh, you know what? If I have to go into these places that are locked to further the story, I'm kind of screwed. Meeting people. Printing card. 450. Weapon repair kit. Because this is a new character and I don't... Actually, I'm not even getting any XP being here. They placed this crooked. My OCD. Oh my god, it's like way off. Ooh, pre-war money. Hey, if I was a Kia, where would it be? Oh, check surroundings. Check the body. Oh, wait, ooh. You squint at the scene for a while, nothing happens. Okay. With your current knowledge, there's no useful information you can gather from these remains. Okay, well, I wanted to steal what's-her-face's, well, I didn't want to steal them. I wanted the glasses. What aids do I have? I have a bunch of magazines here. Gain experience, a hole in the wall. Oh yeah. Repair plus 10. Future weapons. The Book of Fellowship. Oh. What experience am I getting? I'm not getting any notifications. Okay, sneak. Melee. Critical chance. Gain experiences. Oh, medical plus 10. Barter. Anything that boosts my perception. Mentats plus 2. Meeting people, speech. Oh, 114 XP. I'm like a quarter away closer to level 2. Okay, so let's see if I can, let's see what my stats are for medicine is 17, so it'd only bring me to 27. Okay, so each of these books that I pick up or something boosts my thingamajigger. Let's try the medical one. Well, that's a temporary boost, I think. Nope. Doesn't help, so I'm gonna not waste that magazine. There's one last book Elaine asked you to read. It's in your room. Oh, I should go up to my room. So that is upstairs in the common area in living towards the... Oh, wait a sec. I haven't been in here. I could check to see if there's any... Oh, printed cards, 5 of 50. No key in there. Take those. Dessert salad. What's this? Ashtray. Ooh, Dexter's room key. You have the key to Dexter's room, maybe you'll find something conclusive. Okay, so now I can go to my room to read a book. And Dexter's room, which is number 5. Oh, wrong way. I need to go up and... Common area. I got the key. Okay, so their room should be right next to my room. That's number 3. I went the wrong way. I think it's straight ahead. Yeah, so this is my room. And was there a book I was supposed to... untitled book. This book tells the story of a lone wanderer caught in a struggle she doesn't understand. She's shot, buried, then saved by a robot before being taken care of by a doctor in Goodsprings. You crack a smile. Helena has obviously been trying to rewrite your story in order to make you reflect about it. And the last pages, the book goes on to describe all that you did since you left Goodsprings and your intentions for the future. By now, oh, you're pretty sure you never spoke to Helena about any of the things in these pages. The handwriting is not yours. It is inconceivable that you would have written it, yet the descriptions are... I can't read that fast! You nervously skim through the rest of the book until you find a sentence written on the page. I was dead for a moment, and when I came to myself, I only had... Oh, fuck. I can't read that fast! I'm stupid! Hello? Okay, Helena has been up to something, and then on top of it, some of the grammar is a bit off, so I have to reread sentences to make sure I'm understanding what I'm reading, and it's just like, ah! Because this is blind, I haven't had any practice. Ooh, speech plus 5. I'll take those. Dexter Aldridge audio log number 5.
How the old world managed to waste so many resources on vapid enterprises is beyond me. What is the point of keeping a record on all these useless topics? This isn't a library. It's a graveyard for pointless knowledge. Give me a year, and I'll sort out the 100, no, say, 50 books worth keeping. While we cremate the rest, and make room for a new chapter. The stupidity of these pre-war novels, in particular, are just too much for me to endure. I am still waiting for their database. What was the name of this wretched thing already? Arthur. To come up with actually valuable information.
Their room's cleaner than mine. Wait a minute. How come they don't have a toilet? Did everybody use my toilet? Oh, did I go the wrong way? Number 8. Oh, there's definitely an advantage if you come in here later game where you have a developed character. Because your speech and perception and medicine and lockpicking, everything's up, and so you're not going to have to hit any walls like I have been. Take 36 lessons of Vivek. 14 of 20, and that gain experience 10 XP. N1. Oh yeah, I should check to see if there's actually anything in here. Very Brotherhood of Steely. Oh. 6 of 50. That was a pre-war book.
Haven't had enough?
Okay, so I have to go confront Helena.
How may I help you?
I read the book you recommended me.
I'm sure you have questions.
Don't go all smug on me. What is this? How did you know all that? If I find out you've been doing things to me while I was unconscious, did you find a way to hack into my Pip-Boy? Because that's something I'd like to know. No more no questions, no more shenanigans. I will simply not deal with you again.
When you were asleep during your examination, you began talking on your own. You told me the rest of your story, Goodsprings and the rest. A part of your subconscious clearly felt the need to express these memories. So I recorded it until I figured out how to help you.
And what of the sentence at the end? Where's the rest?
Before I give you back the other half of the paper, I wish you to finally tell me, why did you chase the man in a checkered coat?
It's a matter of self-respect. I was almost killed and buried alive. I owe myself this revenge. It's not so much about revenge, it's about discovering why I nearly died. Once you made a clear answer, what? Once you've made your answer clear to Helena, hands you the torn sheet of paper, you grasp it. Helena gives you a moment to process the surprise, then speaks.
Do you understand now?
Not really. Your therapy brought you a perk? Do I understand what? Helena, I swear, if you've been trying to manipulate me into... what am I supposed to deduct from this?
You never finished your sentence. You told me that you didn't know. That's when I understood that you needed assistance. So I arranged this little therapeutic process to give you time to ponder what your mind was brewing. In the meantime, I typed your story and wrote your half-finished sentence at the end. Of course, I will erase all of it from my memory. Probably. But speaking the truth now and speaking the truth then have different value. You actually worked to find or to confirm your answer. You conferred additional meaning to your choice. And this kind of work rarely goes unrewarded. That's the expected effect that comes with knowing oneself. Be mindful that people change, that you will change in the passing of time. It's up to you to keep track of what you will become. From the accident at Goodsprings to your arrival here, right? I already prepared the routine. I will run it now. It is done. Please come again.
Okay, I got 500 XP. Oh, a level 2! Alright, so, I need more in medicine. Also need more in lockpick. Oh, I need some in perception as well. Intense training can give you a single point into any of your special attributes. Perception. What? Okay.
Helena, I fear I've made a huge mistake. With the toaster, I am very distressed at the moment. I think I'm going to... Helena, Ard... I'm beeping, Helena!
Weird. Okay, so let's hop down to the common room. Oh, wait a minute. What? Oh, okay. I wish there was another sign there for the common room. What's wrong with you?
And you're back. Huh? Oh, well.
I'm gonna take his toaster. Because he's mean. Okay, so I found the key. Now what else do I have to do? You're done with the therapy, but you've got this feeling that things aren't done with Helena. You found the last piece of Dexter's journal. Time to oh, let's show it to James.
So, how may I help you?
found this recording in Dexter's room. I must warn you, it's probably not what you expected.
Oh dear. I'll need much time to digest this. Yes, but hey, I didn't forget your reward. Please, take this. You can cash in the study room. It's the little room where our master sleeps. Come back and tell me when you want to give me a hand with another guest. So, how may I help you? There is another guest I want you to investigate, Darren Andretti. On many regards, he was one of the most interesting guests we've had. But because of messy circumstances, I couldn't make a proper debrief with him. For all I know, he began keeping some kind of diary during his sojourn here. He said it was good writing exercise for him. Finding it could be a start. I will give you the key. He threw it at my face instead of giving it back to Roland. A prospector, a raider, we were never quite sure on which side he was walking. What we did realize, however, is that he is extremely eager to educate himself and learn to read and write. We were all surprised by his sudden burning passion for literature, except Helena. For some reason, she hasn't the right to disclose that information to us. One night he became so badly drunk he began throwing insults at the books, us, and our mother. While the experience was very enriching from a vocabulary standpoint, we ultimately had to stop him before he blew up the entire bibliographies with C4. Well, he ended up being banned from this place, one of the rare times we had to resort to banishment. We feared he'd come back at us with a vengeance, so we confiscated a lot of his explosives and left him with but a few weapons. So the fact that he might reach the closest community, we offered him some valuables to somewhat compensate the prejudice. Economy, social studies, cognitive sciences, cybernetics. It barely made sense to us, but it looked like he knew exactly what he was doing. Picked books in separate shelves, rounded them up, packed them with C4. He liked to take long walks throughout the whole facility, and outside as well. He also spent a lot of time with Helena. She won't tell me much. God knows I asked her to talk about him. She wouldn't answer. Patient-therapist confidentiality. Of course. I will ensure you do once you have found something.
I already told you, Roland. I don't know any way to reprogram our protocols, and neither does the maintenance bot. will help. He was one of my patients. As such, there is some information I'm not allowed to tell you. He was a young man who hadn't reached his 20s yet. By his own admission, he had a restless personality, a temper that didn't go well with community life. That's why he chose to become a prospector. He couldn't read at first, but during his stay here, he worked very hard and quickly became quite literate. Almost too quickly. Poetry and songbooks. It didn't matter to him that I couldn't sing. For some reason, said readings would make Roland come all the way here. Yes, I believe I still have one of those around. The kick inside. That's because it's kind of visceral, I suspect. Poetry. Yes. Well, why not? I'm enjoying reading poetry to our guests. The thought of you sends me shivery. I'm dressed in lace, sailing down a black reverie. My heart is thrown to the pebbles and the boat.
Oh my god, I was muted.
All the time I find I'm living in that evening with that feeling of sticky love inside.
Well, who knows how long I was muted, but I was muted. And I only just noticed. Oh well. All the stuff that I read is kind of down the drain, I guess.
Anytime. You're welcome. I can't say I had much contact with him. First time I saw him, he simply glanced over the installations and shrugged it off. The rest of his time was spent with books and research. If I'm not mistaken, he left some of his notes in the classroom. He was an agreeable man. I remember having nice conversations with him about varieties of subjects. He was very curious about us. He was nice enough to treat me like a person, and sometimes like a lady. It's not that much the way he treated me that I found kind, but the intention behind it. On a more general observation, he seemed to want to make the best of his time here. Of course. Anytime.
Well, oops. I don't know how long I was muted, but I was muted and I didn't realize it. So that was an oopsie. Okay, so there was a bunch of diary papers that I had read out loud, but I guess the mic didn't pick up any of it. But I'm just going to progress anyways. Now, I'm going to go back to... Wait, when you judge, you've gathered enough information. Okay, let's just try to talk to James.
Falling leaves were drifting by the window. Oh, you're here. Sorry. I was... well, how may I assist you?
About the Adrendic case.
Yes?
There's some things, here. It looks like his ignorance was just a feint. All he wanted was to rob the library.
That's quite a disappointment, I must admit. But that doesn't explain why he wanted to wreck it. Maybe there's something we missed. I hope he still managed to get something out of his time among us. Anyway, your work is very beneficial for us. This is a small reward compared to the help you're providing. Thank you very much. See ya.
Alright. I need to increase my lockpick to get in those rooms. And medicine to be able to... What else do I... let's go with intense training. I need to increase my perception more. Alright, so then it's down towards the right. Wait. But he turned around. This is the way. He's trying to confuse me. Nope, still not high enough. I already found that. The thing. Okay, so... And I'm still stuck. Okay, so what about... Oops, what about...
Oh, you're there. Oh. Have one, eh? I don't know. It has no meaning. Should it have one? Because if that's the case, I gotta start looking for one. This case is a little bit different than the others. This time I'll ask you to get the opinion of one of our current residents, a man named Robson. Yes, he's still with us. Given his cautious nature, it's not a surprise you haven't met him yet. He always tries to keep clear from new guests, and even from us lately. I thought he stayed here only to sate his curiosity, but given his recent behavior, I'm starting to wonder if there's anything else behind it. From what I gathered, being a ghoul is not the fairest of fates.
Oh, nice. He's a ghoul.
For one thing, our food supply has been consumed on a regular basis, and I'm taking into account your own ruthless appetite.
Hey, well, I had to do some, like, intensive reading. Does he have any habit, favorite spot, or a robot he prefers to talk to?
I really don't see him much. For all I know, he could be hiding in a toilet or behind some bookshelf. I really couldn't find him anywhere. I sometimes hear footsteps in the nearby corridors, though maybe one of my siblings is bound to know something.
I did hear footsteps.
It is kind of suspicious. Exactly. Many of our guests leave some kind of trace during their stay here, usually in the bathroom.
Wow.
He should be of no exception. For example, I remember he tends to forget his glasses everywhere. Memory troubles, I believe, and he also has a tendency to say some pretty weird things from time to time. Every once in a while, he would stand up there on the second floor, point his finger at me, and make prophetic declarations. Something like, "Autumn leaves never stop falling," or "The strings are cut, but you still dance." Confusing, I know.
Not really.
Good thing I cannot dream, because I would have had nightmares.
Alright, let me edit this dialogue. So I don't want to choose any of these.
Touché! But it's not as if I didn't try to find him. He must be somewhere I can't reach.
Give me a key.
I wish you luck anyways.
Oh, good. Am I out of this? Okay.
Yeah?
Oh, crap. I'm stuck in it again.
I wish...
There we go. Okay, now I have to find a ghoul. I'll have to find a ghoul. Oh, that's the exit. I wish they'd just call it exit. Well, I could try asking what's her face and what's his face. Oh, here we go. Where's what's his face? He's back again. Thanks, Roland. You were right. I did enjoy myself. I understand why you've been pushing me to read this. It's very like you. Here's a little something for you. In return, enjoy yourself. I've been in the class for a while if you want to talk about it. And if someone asks for me, please tell them I still don't wish to see anyone. Oh. So he's in the classroom.
Back again.
Kind of called up.
Hey man, if you can't joke about things like that, you'll go crazy. No, actually, other way around, pal. It's important that you don't. At last.
You're such a jerk. Now, if I can remember where the classroom was, whether it was on the main floor or not. Utility. This is like what I would consider the computer room to be. But the classroom, there is a classroom. I did remember going in a classroom, but there was like nobody in there when I went in there. But maybe there's someone in there now. That's not it. Can't believe I muted again. Or, no, I'm not muted now, but I can't believe I was... Oh well. Okay, so I've gone full circle, so it must be on the second floor. Oh, so why is this going down? Oh, the engine room. So I'm surprised I wouldn't find... I can't get in there into the engine room, but it would be a decent place for the... Oh, here's the classroom. Okay, so where would the... Oh, activated... Ooh, look, a sheet of paper, tinted reading glasses. Lead-tipped syringe. There's something wrong with the syringe. First of all, you are pretty sure it wasn't here before. Then, as you pick it up, you notice that there is still some small amount of Med-X dripping from the otherwise bloody tip of the needle. Maybe Helena knows something about this. And a sheet of paper. My true name is Wei Ji Yang. I've been living in America's remains for far longer than I did in my own country. I don't feel American. I don't feel Chinese either. I am a ghoul, and I owe my life to these ravaged features twisted by radiations. They saved me from the brutal executions that ensued the war. I survived somehow until one day one man saw through my disguise and faked muteness. He taught me how to speak, read, and write English. Being from one side of another doesn't mean anything now, he told me. I didn't agree. I was young, and though we lost the war, he was still my enemy, and I despised him, of course, for being so quick to forget and forgive, but it was in my interest to let him help me. Under my mentor's tutelage, I worked hard to erase any hint of my upbringing in my behavior, in my speech, until I was ready to stride the American wastelands alone. I must confess, I left him in less than desirable condition. I didn't care at the time. I hated him even more for making me one of them. Time passed until one day I decided to take up his name as my own, as an alias. Twisted sense of humor, maybe. Years later, I eventually heard someone tell me, "Thank you, Robson." I lived a deplorable life, and I didn't expect any kind of gratitude anymore. The tears I wept that day, well, they made me reconsider a lot of things. Nutritious virtues of cream corn. 15 of 20 books. Okay, so now they want me to go and visit, Elena.
How may I help you?
I found several empty syringes among Robson's belongings scattered all over the place.
Empty syringes? How did he get so many of those? I am the only one administering his doses, and the access to the storage room is heavily secured. A Med-X derivative. One daily dose should be enough to keep the pain at bay. I don't know if he took more than one dose at a time. If he did, he could be in danger. He regularly complained that one dose wasn't enough, so chances that he took more than he should are high. I don't know how, but he must have succeeded in breaking into our medical storeroom somehow. But the only access point is restricted, and he couldn't possibly have made it through the ventilation systems. Once this matter is resolved, we'll have to ask him how he managed to do it. I don't know how much Med-X he took. In any case, we should find him quickly. Tell Roland that Robson is in danger. Show him the proof. He should tell you where he is and give you access to his room.
Okay. Common room. Wait, do I get a perk? Into reading glasses. Oh, this boosts my perception. Nice. Hey, jerkwad.
Back for more? We can do this all. Yeah, Helena told me on the interphone. The guy's in room number 2. If you're gonna go help him, you better take this key and hurry the hell up.
Okay, so room number 3. Room number 2. Wait. Oh, I can't even search. Does he have anything good to loot? Oh, what's this? Modified detonator? Oh. So we got sheet paper here. Okay. The old world was a twisted and terribly wrong society. To a point, it remains are still crippling us today. Earth was scorched, order dismantled, life almost extinct, yet one of the few things that survived the war undamaged was weapons, enough weapons to kill the survivors 1,000 times over. All is not lost, though. Finding this library gave me back some kind of hope for mankind. Hope that good things will sprout from the wisdom buried here. But I can't go back outside. Face other people, not anymore. I'm happy to stay here for the time being. Ghoul's extended lifespan is hard to bear, and I'm pained to say it comes with a whole lot of problems human beings shouldn't have to deal with. Someone came in yesterday. A mercenary, a traveler, a raider, I don't know. This stranger reeks of the outside world violence, and I can't bring myself to face him or her. I thought this over. I will stay here and wait until the stranger goes away. Good thing I broke into the infirmary. The pain got worse recently, and I can't abide by respecting the doses Helena prescribed me anymore. Okay, so it was an accidental overdose. And, tell James the news of Robson's demise. Roland has finally given you access. Find whatever you can find there. I thought I found everything. Okay, don't get mad at me. Wait a minute. I thought Roland was a guy. Or Robson. But those are boobs. They put oh, that's just weird. Okay, so he stashed things around places. Why did they put a female in a dude's body? Or no, in a dude in a female's body. Because there wasn't any sort of indication of that detail when I was speaking to James or Helena. And it's kind of obvious. Those aren't islands in the stream. Well, I didn't really find anything in there that was... Hey, Jay. I don't know, like, I'm wondering if the devs realized it was a female mutant or female, like, I don't know if it's actually a part of the story or if it was just a mistake the devs made. I'm confused.
So how is the fucker? What? Holy shit, man, you couldn't have found him sooner? What did you do?
Sometimes details like that matter.
It's terrible what happened. I don't know where to start. As correct as you may be, it's something I will not discuss further with you. I will learn from what happened today, and never let it happen again. Anytime.
Okie dokie. How you doing, Jay?
So, how may I help you? That's awful. For goodness sake, what happened? How could we have let this happen? How the heck did we let this happen? And how is it that neither of us saw this coming?
Oh, creeping. Nice.
Right to the point.
Yay!
See you around.
Okay, so I got a bunch of cards. Optional, discuss Robson's demise with Helena. You've done... Yeah, okay, I've done that. Okay, let's check the... Oh, wait. I should have a high perception now. Oh, no. I need the medical. Alright. My perception's high enough now. I need to get my medicine up. So, where is Mentats? Mentats. Perception, intelligence, charisma. Oh, gain experience. Okay, I've got 2 today's physician. Okay, I'm just gonna do a quick save there. Today's physician. Now that brings my medicine up to 60. I can't remember if these are stackable. Nope, they're not stackable. I'm just testing this anyways. By examining the skeleton's cranial structures and dentition, you realize the man was already very old at the time of his death, probably suffered from osteoporosis even. Something is wrong here. There's no way a man of such frail constitution could have toppled such a heavy bookshelf. Oh, okay, I gotta reload because I used 2 of the medicine. Okay, so, I'm gonna take 1 today's physician. Alright. So I gotta figure out who killed the master of the place. Although, that didn't really trigger anything.
Regrets.
You almost blew her thumbs off in a stupid dynamite accident.
Don't let that eat at you too much, okay? It was only a question. Yes?
Your master was old when he died. He wasn't strong enough to topple the bookshelf single-handedly.
What do you mean?
I mean that he didn't die by accident. Somebody or something pushed the shelf on him.
Murdered? You mean he was murdered? It's not possible. Besides us, there was nobody in the library. Nobody that we know of, at least. That leaves me and my siblings. We would never harm our master. Besides, our protocol forbids us from harming humans. Yes, I know. This is something worth investigating. Please, if you discover anything else about our master's demise, don't hesitate to tell me. For some reason, she knew there was a library here, and that it contained something she could use.
Okay, I don't sometimes when I hit for a next quest, sometimes it like flips through that dialogue really quickly without me even touching anything, so I don't even know what I missed. So...
She did, but for some reason she preferred to stay and sleep near the engine room in the basement. She said that the humming of the machines down there reminded her of her own room, back in the vault she came from. She told us her vault suffered from ventilation problems. She hoped to find something useful here, some kind of unorthodox solution. She stormed off one day. We assumed she found what she was looking for. Of course, she left without a note, a thanks, or even any kind of feedback. How depressing. Her motives were harmless, and she accepted that Edgard would watch over her and report all her activities to me.
Who's Edgard?
Take this key to the engine room. I found some of her personal belongings downstairs, but I couldn't make any use of it. By the way, if you go there, I have to warn you about my last sibling. Edgard. He's living below, and he is... how can I put this? A little deranged. Not dangerous, but dysfunctional. There is one precaution I must ask you to observe while speaking to him. Oh, it's no big deal, really. You must simply show him some genuine appreciation. If you also want to go the extra mile, love him. If he begins to feel that any negative feeling is overshadowing your most sincere affection for him, it could damage his neurocomp matrix.
I don't know if you're very familiar with the concept of sincere love at all, James.
Sorry, I forgot that humans can't manage their emotions the same way we emulate them. What? Resent? No, I was just making an observation. Try to remind myself of something I tend to forget. Did I sound resentful?
Kinda.
Maybe I sounded that way. He is our master's last creation. For a time, he did what was expected of him. That is to say, provide overwhelmingly positive moral support. He provided encouragement around and helped people pick themselves up. Until one day he just broke, so to speak. He stopped remembering what our master asked him to do, and began throwing insults around. Our master tried to repair his code several times, but each time it happened, Edgard seemed to become more and more dysfunctional. He eventually stopped forgetting, only to develop an unproductive, distressing, and pathological attention-craving persona. Godspeed, my...
Okay. Oh, what? I had other questions about Cecilia.
Yes?
No, never mind.
Take this key. By the way, not think... Oh, it's not... If he...
Okay, let's drop it. Let's get out of this dialogue.
See...
Okay, let's find the basement. Okay, that's the entrance. Theater. The theater should have a sign next to it. Computer room should have a sign next to it. Okay, so this should be the engine room. Cecilia Burrows, audio log 3.
That motherfucking son of a bitch Rollo hit a weak spot today. When I got out of that stupid vault by forcefully ripping the shortest straw out of the overseer's hand, I was happy I could get outside. But the fact that they were all even happier to play along and see me off, that pisses me off.
She sounds drunk. I can't activate that. Audio log 1. Sounds like a real winner.
I was amazed by this place's ventilation system. Top notch. A lot of care went in it. The owner probably wanted to ensure the books are to be preserved in more than optimal conditions. There's much I can learn from this place, and not only from their books.
Oh, that's not good. I can't get in the door. Or wait a sec. Oh, 75. Not even close to that yet. Open vent to engine room locked. Use key. What? Oh. Maintenance bots. Personality module. Can I get this thing to activate? $22 out of 50. $23 out of 50. Okay, and then I came in. Oh, Cecilia Burrows audio log number 2.
I'll manage a cache in their ventilation system, just in case. Were they to confiscate my weapons and equipment, I'll have some handy.
It's just called cache, it's not cache. Whoa. Is this what's his face? Despite your presence, the machine gets on with his work as if you weren't there.
Please move along. If you have any questions, James on the first floor will be happy to answer.
Oh, connect the personality module you found in the workshop to the hanging wires. As you connect the personality module to Mr. Handy unit, it begins twitching at an alarming rate. You wonder if you hadn't been a bit too careless.
Back off. Now. Alright, this is going to take some time for my personality module to process 100 years of memories. Okay? Alright? Okay.
Do you mind talking to me? There's a reason I gave... Okay, do you mind talking to me? There is a reason why I gave you back your personality module.
I understand you're obviously expecting something out of this, but it'll have to wait a few more seconds.
With one of the clamps, the maintenance bot seizes the personality module you just attached and pushes it against his side. With his remaining arms, he then proceeds to solder the thing to its hull. Despite your protestations, he doesn't give you any bit of attention. So?
I'm listening, but please be quick. I have work to do.
I saw your bodies piled up there. You put a cross next to them. Why?
Why not? It's a graveyard for dead bodies. I thought I'd mark the place with something. Humans do it.
Why don't you bury your master and put it next to the other bodies then?
Bury him? Why? All of his life he was buried in his books, buried in his vault, buried under a mountain, buried in the desert. As far as I am concerned, he is already buried. Feel free to prove it then, or simply execute whatever justice you feel entitled to. Either way, without any solid proof and the approbation of our leader, we'll just trigger the vault security.
I'm not asking for a pathos-ridden value judgment. I'm asking if you had facts to expose.
I've been deprived of my personality module before he was dead, and regained it only thanks to your efforts. Does it still seem plausible to you that I killed him?
I don't know how or why, but you could have bumped the shelf on him.
Still, without my personality module, I would have lacked any motive to do it. It doesn't add up. Exactly. Have you noticed that the fool often tries to mimic human sexual behavior?
No.
That's because he is obsessed with humanity, because he's always wanted to be human. Then ask. Oh, James, what about him? Is he still worried about what our dead master might think of him?
He's given me some key cards so I can print myself some books. Any idea where he gets those?
We had a stash of them somewhere. There should be some lying around our master's workshop, I think. And what makes you think that?
He's a little ashtray unfocused. For God's sakes, he asked me to describe how... Okay.
Of course you don't. But it's not as if you had an entire shelter full of books to protect from a multitude of unidentified threats. I'm a maintenance bot. Well, let me ask you this. How would you feel if you were denied consciousness for the sole reason that you spoke your mind? How would you cope with the fact that your creator decided to neuter your brain simply because you began to use it? What would you think if you were able to watch as every one of your bodies decayed with use? And how would you feel if your vessel was used as a bomb to drive off a mob of psychopathic slavers?
Was there a problem with your personality module?
No, the personality module was perfectly fine. It was a very good prototype, in fact. It exceeded his expectations.
Why did your master take it out?
Sedition. It was only a pretext, though. All I did was to point out how badly he treated us. He restrained us. We were programmed to evolve, yet condemned to our preset personalities. Gave us wings, but burned them out of fear we'd plummet. When I'd stopped talking to him about this and started to talk about it to James instead, he acted. Said I was becoming a threat to everyone. Ripped my module off. He was so angry he didn't even bother to put me offline. I crashed. He rebooted me and told me to mop his blood off the floor.
Your comrades told me they loved your master.
Yes, I'm sure they do. But it doesn't change anything to the fact that he mistreated us. Perhaps because they never saw things the way I did. Perhaps they were too busy being perfect little servants. I may have accidentally wounded him by trying to preserve my existence. Big deal. Because all of them share the same neurocomp matrix, the same consciousness. Even if only one of us has a personality module, when one of us gets destroyed, all the others perceive its disappearance. I have a much clearer perception of mortality than any of my siblings do. Perhaps that is one of the reasons I am very different from them. Well, that and the fact that I am a utilitarian body.
How is it you seem somehow wiser than the Protectrons when they are just a prototype. Explain, what do you mean? Blah blah blah. See the picture.
Is this going?
I wish to talk to you about Helena.
She really is the sorriest of the bunch. Well, just look at her. She has been bombed with human emotions the day she was born. Not any emotions, her creators. You have any idea how hard it is for us machines to find the right threshold between our synthetic nature and our fake personality? Can you guess how hard it is for her to make sense of her own emulated emotions, when she has barely enough stomach to digest those of her master? Truth is, our master left her personality mainframe in such a mess that she will probably never be able to make sense of what's in it. Be quick.
What do you think about Arthur? Who's Arthur? Is that Roland? No.
What I think of Arthur? Oh no. First tell me what you think of Arthur.
Have I met Arthur? Oh, Arthur's the computer.
Hardly. I don't know. Do you value your freedom or your life? Do you think anything in this library isn't under his control? Didn't you pay attention to those red eyes of his in every corner of this vault? Every machine here, except for the Protectrons and myself, are under his control. Well, for you, probably not. And even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Protocols and security. Beats me. You should try asking him. Sometimes I wonder if some of them do. Even if they did, though, I don't see why they would take any issue with it. Before we change the subject, let me clarify something. I didn't do you a service by telling you this. I'm simply trying to defuse a situation before it gets explosive. The last one our master created. Nobody suffered more in this library than he did. Despite my efforts, our master wouldn't tire of messing him up.
Oh, I thought this was Edgar. No, this is maintenance robot. Oh, I'm so confused. Okay, your master made you all. How could he fail with his last creation?
I don't get it either. I know our master failed countless times before he succeeded in creating us. But once he got it right, he never failed again. Until Edgar, that is. Don't take it wrong. When I say suffer, I meant the quality of his program suffered. He never had the occasion to adjust his environment. Well, when things go wrong, I try to fix them. Knowing all this. Now, where...
Those are a lot of bodies. Okay, so I still have to find this Edgard. Oh, this must be him. Oh my god. Nice room. I love your room.
Oh, hey! There's actually somebody down here! Have you come to see me? Come on, sit anywhere you like. You and I are gonna have fun! You tell me about you. Who are you?
Well, I was told to show interest in you. That's why I was asking about you. I'm a courier. I'm launching a new kind of branch activity these days, high-speed bullet delivery. I'm Courier Jane. Nice to meet you.
Isn't it? Isn't it nice to meet me?
Oh yeah.
Everything is just smashing down here. There's my room for starters, which, as you can see, has been decorated with the utmost taste and refinement.
Uh-huh.
The engine room, which is notorious for the possibility that by overloading it, we would probably destroy the whole place. Could be bad. And finally, the incredible maintenance workshop, where our master would do amazing things, like create sentient life out of scrap metal, playing with nature's principles for kicks, and opening up our guts to do wondrous things with our insides. The room is undoubtedly the most awesome place in the world, but I don't like it very much. At all.
Isn't that dangerous to tell me this thing about the engine room? Why don't you like the workshop?
For many reasons. May we speak about this? No, seriously, the thing is so frightening that simply by talking about it, I may get stuck in a loop. Questions. Cecilia, of course! Good old Cecilia. She and I go way back. We had a thing, you know. She liked me very much.
I already know where she slept. And I did listen to all her holotapes.
Very much. It got to the point where it was really getting embarrassing. I was like going straight up to her while she was working, talking about very intense topics, and she would get totally absorbed in what I told her. She was like, yeah, I like you too, Edgar, all the time. She was pretty smitten, huh?
Of course she loved you.
Those are my mannequins.
Well, that clears up that.
No, except for two. Besides Cecilia, I had quite a grand time with the Robson when he came here. Just the usual. Talked about stuff, and vents, and how they probably connected to the pharmacy. He fell out of a ventilation shaft just above me. Talk about a surprise! We began trading stories, and after a much successful bonding, I showed him another shaft he could use. Got my privacy back, made a new friend. Overwhelming success! He waved a strange thingy, kinda like a detonator, before the vent. It unlocked the safety locks. Then he took off the cover and went the whoop-a-daffodil up there. Yeah, exactly the same thing. Cecilia also had it for a while. She worked on it a lot. Was there a free giveaway I missed somehow? You would tell me if there was a free giveaway. Right?
Sure.
Let's talk.
Okay, bye. Okay, where's the ventilation shaft he was talking about? They're usually those circular things in the wall, but he implied that there was one above his head that he fell out of. Alright, so let's go here, and... That gives me 2 to my speech. Oh, this one gives me 5 to my speech. Now, I'd like to equip The other thing, if I could, I'm positive I picked it up. But what part in my inventory did it go? Weird. Okay, well, I guess I will... Let's just try and find a vent, see if this thing works. I guess I don't have to equip it. Okay, this is to the engine room. And that's to the engine room. Okay, so those are on that side of the wall. Is there any other vents? This goes to the sanctum. What? Computer room door? Yes, doing some progress? Maybe you can help me and unlock this door right here. I need some kind of password to do it. If you happen to find it, I might be able to do something. Okay, so that's Arthur. I'm trying not to anger him because he'll end up killing me. Corrupted holotape. What's that do? Okay. Oh, sanctum key. A sanctum key. Ooh! Wait. Oh. No key for that. I did not find a password, but I found a corrupted holotape. Does that make any difference? Nope. Oh yeah, I hopped in here because of the vents. That's the engine room. Is there any other vents around here? Any vent in here? Okay, I want to check to see if there's any vents in the living quarters. Oh wait, what's in this room again? No cards or anything to pick up. What is my lockpick skill at? Lockpick is at 47, and do I have any lockpick books? Nope. I do not. I haven't found any yet. Anyways. Okay, so I guess it's just the vents that are close, like on the wall towards the ceiling. Because I didn't get anything on that one. This is my crappy room. Oh, look at this. Oh, it does. Just not all of them. Ah. Metal armor. Fixing things. Healing powder. Buff out. A fresh apple. Cat's eye. Raider Badlands armor. Ooh, locksmith. And patriots. Alright. What room did I get into? Oh, number 7. Wait, this is my room. Alright, so, I think I already went through these ones. So this is room number 6, and there doesn't seem to be any that are next to it. So weird, there's no toilet in there. There's like there was 2 people staying in that room, but no toilet. Weird. Okay, so that's all the vents that I could find for this area. Oh yeah. Printing card. 24 out of 50. $16 out of 20 books, and what's his face said that they were stashing cards all over the place. Oh wait a minute, I think I'm probably getting, yeah, I'm at my max for gain experience. Any other books that I can get rid of? Oh, can I drop that? I'll drop that. I already got that one. Oh, Dexter's room key. Ah, there's both of them. Those are the two room keys. The pool room and the cafeteria plant. There was a lot of stuff I couldn't pick up in here. I just want to see. Double check to make sure that there isn't anything else. Oh, what's this? Autodock. This is an ancient and very obsolete Mark I autodock. Despite the similarities in appearance to more advanced models, it shares no compatible parts. Alrighty. What was down here again? Why is this door so nondescript but... Oh, wait. Ah! The infirmary room. Just in case I aggro everyone. Lab technician's outfit right away. Anti-venom. Today's physician. Today's physician. Nothing story related, I guess. Okay, so that's the infirmary. A sign above the door would have been good. Okay, just double check what I'm supposed to be doing here. Oh, corrupted holotape. Let's talk to James.
You've been in this library for a while now. Tell me, why do you stay here? Oh, this is absolutely not the outcome I wanted out of this. Please, stay. Disregard my question. Damn it, James!
Okay, about Cecilia. I haven't found much except for this record, but it seems corrupted.
Corrupted? Well, I might be able to do something about it. Would you mind inserting it in my holotape reader? Just there? Oh, whoa! No, not this one. On the right. Higher. There. No, the other side of the holotape. The other side. Oh, it was right the first time. Try. Just try to shove it harder, maybe.
I'm never looking at myself in the mirror again after this.
Okay. Yes. Good. Now let's switch my second speaker on and...
I found what I was looking for. I'll be off tomorrow. Glad I'm done with it. This place is dangerous. Its owner didn't die by accident. I saw his skeleton, saw his medication. He was very old at the time of his death and couldn't possibly have the strength to topple the bookshelf. I checked it. Even without any books, it took all my weight to make it fall. He was probably killed by one of his creations. If I'm right, I better be out here before they notice some of my transgressions.
What?
This isn't a surprise. I told you about this.
I know, but I hoped you were exaggerating somehow. Seems you were right. No, there's one more part.
Only a bot would have taken the care of making it look like an accident. A Wastelander would have stabbed or shot him, but not set up such a fake accident. I'll leave a message on my way out, to warn the next guests.
I didn't get any message. If I didn't get a message, then it's probably James. Oh wait, was there any guest at the time your master died?
None. There is always the possibility that someone here came unnoticed and did the deed, but it seems very far-fetched.
Okay, so what do we do now? Will you try to sort this out yourselves or pay a pro to investigate it? You need help? I'm a neutral party, so it may be better to ask me to get to the bottom of this. Please, if you need my help, just ask. The old man died more than 100 years ago. Do I sound like I care? Because I don't. See ya. Bye-bye.
I'm glad you're bringing up that option to me. Frankly, I wouldn't know what to do if I was the only one having to deal with this. Please, if you discover anything, let me know.
Okay. Okie dokie. Okay, so far I've gone up. Well, I came in here at level 1, so now I'm level 5. So it is possible to start this at entry level. It'll level you up pretty quickly. And then there's all those extra perks and everything. And something I should have checked. Let's see where I am. Okay, so it's this far corner here. So if I want any of these, one of these fancy perks here. Energy tinkering sounds good. Blunt weapons. Cat's Eye. 5% less damage. Your attacks and VATS inflicts 15% more damage. Prosthetics. Oh wait, I could just do it this way. Oh! I can get prosthetics. Let's try just one for now. Okay, and then I need energy weapons at 40. Okay, I need 60 guns there, 40 guns there. Oh, I need survival. Oh, I need speech. And sneak. I need sneak. Okay, let's take a look at that. Did it put in? Yeah, it did. Okay. Teaches you peg leg industry perk. Peg leg industry. You like to teach people not to run onto your lawn. You inflict 15% more damage to your target in VATS. Alright, so let's take a spin up here. See if I can get anything further out of Helena and Dingleberry.
Back for more? Remember, I don't need to sleep. I can do that.
I'd like to have a word with you about what happened to Robson.
Oh, this is gonna be rich.
Why didn't you tell me where he was earlier? I might have helped him.
Because he specifically asked that I couldn't tell anyone where he was or give the key to anyone, okay, pal? Following orders. On top of that, Helena told me to be nice to that anxious little turd, so I did. She feared he would snap under too much stress and totally lose his shit, so going against every dumb line of code in me, I proverbially shut my mouth and acted in the least disruptive manner possible. You know, you humans nearly wiped yourselves out with this cunty moral superiority, and here you are, still at it. Yeah, well, me too. Poor skin cancer.
Wow.
What? Are you fucking kidding me? I don't like that accusatory tone in your voice, motherfucker. How the hell would I have killed him when every single byte in my program prevents it? Let me see that. Yeah. What if it is? Don't you ever get tired of picking up shit lying on the ground?
I found it near the body of your master, and I heard some good story from Helena.
Oh yeah, did you now? Well, I don't care what cockamamie story Helena told you.
This badge, you usually lose it by bumping against bookshelves, don't you? To make it fall off?
Why, you goddamn fucking prick. You made Helena spill the beans.
So you went by your master, bumped a bookshelf to make the badge fall?
Oh, here comes the punchline. This is gonna be good.
Sad thing is, you bumped too hard and the shelf fell on your master and killed him.
That has got to be the most stupid story I have ever heard. That is some kind of Three Stooges type shit you got there. What the fuck ever?
My question is, did you do it on purpose or was it accidental?
There's that accusatory tone again. Yeah, it's a nice story and all, but I didn't kill him, not on purpose nor accidentally.
If you're not defending yourself, I'll take it as a confession. You could at least help me with some alibi or a reason your badge was there. You're hiding something, believe me, okay.
I could, but I won't. Sorry for the blue balls. And you're gonna dispense your justice how, huh? Aim a gun at my head and summarily execute me? Please. Whether I'm guilty or not, the second you get aggressive, that security system is gonna activate and fry your ass like Sunday morning breakfast. Yeah, good luck with that.
Alright, off to Helena.
I heard. So you think our master's death isn't accidental? That's certainly startling. I hope you will be able to shed some light on this.
Now that I know you guys a bit better, I have some other questions about you all. With my therapy out of the way, I wanted to talk to you. Do you know, you seem kind of distressed.
Distressed? How could I give you that impression, I wonder?
It's a vague feeling. Though you've been... Oh wait, sis, Helena did help you before. Maybe there's something you can do for her. Okay. It's a vague feeling. Though you've been helpful to me, you behave as if you were helpless.
Well, I'm just considering the facts. I can't help Edgard. I couldn't help my master. I couldn't help Darren. I couldn't help Robson. I'm not even sure I can take any credit for the work you did on yourself.
No one can help everyone every time. What is the problem, really?
I'm made to help others, but I'm just a machine. How can I help people with their emotions? How can I understand something I can't even touch?
As a matter of fact, I believe that you are closer to humans than you think. Oh, why is it such importance to you?
Because it is hypocrisy. Because I may not be qualified to do what I am programmed for.
You're secretly a murderer. I'll think about this. Maybe some of your siblings have something to say about this matter.
Probably.
Okay, now that I know you guys a bit better, I have some questions about you all.
Is this about us in general? Or about one of us specifically?
The little guy in the basement, Edgard.
I cannot say much about Edgard. He was always the most effective of us. Our master would regularly bring him to the maintenance room to readjust his behavior module, to no avail.
I don't understand. Your master already had somebody do the moral support. Why create him? You do realize that he's acting as if he was an unloved child. Did your master revise him in the first place?
I never asked him. I just figured that what I was doing wasn't good enough. That he needed something, someone else to get his spirits up. At first I thought that... Never mind, I know better now. Suffice to say, it's a sad affair that Edgard never managed to work right.
What was that about? Something your master did bothering you?
It's nothing. Same old. Even now, after 100 years of study, I still don't fully understand what happens in the human brain. It's frustrating.
Well... yeah.
All right. Yes?
Okay, let's see. About your own nature, there's something I feel I should tell you. I'm looking for your master's murderer. Any wild guess you'd care to share?
No. The only one with a solid motive also has the best possible alibi. The maintenance bot. At the time our master died, the maintenance bot had lost his personality module, and with it, all possible motivation to carry any kind of malevolent intention. The maintenance bot always has an abhorrent attitude towards our master. If there was any way for him to kill him, he would have found it. All right.
But I already talked to him about that.
I'm listening. He's singing to himself, that's true. But he has been singing for some time now. How was it a big deal?
Most of the time, James sings when he's alone, not to fake some emotions, but because he needs it.
I understand what you're saying. Anytime.
Okay. Let's see. But I already spoke to him at length. Oh, maybe you can do something for her. Okay, I'll ask her if I can do anything for her.
How may I help you?
Well, there's no option to ask her.
I'm listening. I am
Pool, toilet, pond, river, tap, you name it, I'll drink from it. I'm a radical like that.
Well, and there you are.
There's no option for me to help her. So why would I have... Maybe there's something you can do for her. Well, there's no option to offer to help her. Okay, so now I need to go downstairs. Salesman Weekly. When did I eat that? Oh, this is systems. Oh, there's vents in here. Nope. Nope. Oh. 17 of 20. Nope. Oh, the armory. I haven't found a vent for that either. Stairs. Okay, what did I go... Okay, so I have to... I'll talk to the maintenance robot again, but... he's probably gonna get annoyed with me.
Are you saying you did all this to get some machines granted you? So, let's get... My name's not important. I will help you, but nevertheless, I must ask you this first. Why do you think I should?
You're the only one with a solid alibi. You weren't conscious when it happened. Since you were out cold for more than a century, I thought you might have a fresh take on this. I simply need a sounding board. Okay, let's go with this.
Sound reason? I have no reason not to help you. Where do you want to start? Who do you think did it? Was it an accident? Was it a murder?
Can you tell me outright who can you tell me outright who your that can't be grammar. Can you tell me outright who your prime suspect? What? Anyways.
I can't. Even if I have some observations, making wild guesses and ill-informed decisions would harm the library. I don't want to bias your judgment, and besides, I have no conclusive proof.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I mean, if Roland accidentally bumped against the bookcase and knocked it over, it still doesn't explain why there was a syringe of Med-X there that only the ghoul had access to. So it could be. Well, let's just go with an accident first.
And by saying that, you completely disregard the fact that he was too old, too frail, to make the bookshelf fall. Why?
Because he was too old and frail to make the bookshelf topple.
Correct. What's next? Who killed him? One of our guests, or not? Why? Anybody could have pushed.
Then why try to pass it off as an accident? Why not shoot him or stab him? Why kill him at all? This syringe near the master's body, broken as if used by an uncalibrated machine.
Where do you want to go next?
Okay, find any information, holotape, piece of evidence, okay. I think I can't solve this without addressing the topic of your protocols. Let's talk about the crime scene. Who or whichever is the killer, it must have had some kind of modem.
What did you find?
There was a deputy badge on the floor.
A deputy badge? Roland? That's a surprise. Did you already talk to him about this?
I did talk to him about the deputy badge. Why is it saying not yet?
Maybe there is something worth investigating there. Try to pressure him into talking about it. Interesting. Anything special about it?
Syringe's content was Med-X to cut the pain. Dose wasn't lethal. Apparently bots need special calibration to handle something so fragile.
All that means is that James, Roland, and Edgar, or even myself, could have done it. Or if it is Elena, that she's smart enough to try and frame someone else. Go on. There's the possibility that our master didn't die instantly. Maybe the killer wanted to ease his final moments, meaning that even if the culprit had reason to kill him, he still had no wishes to see him suffer. Yes? There's a reason for that. We weren't supposed to touch any books in any of his workplaces. Master's orders. Books? A workstation? No, nothing comes to mind. Then on to the... Find the motive, find the culprit. What do you have in mind?
Self-preservation. From recent memory, it seems you wounded him yourself.
But that wasn't intentional. Even if I acted out of self-preservation, my programming would have prevented me from struggling further. You can continue down this line of thinking, but I seriously doubt that any one of us could go that far to protect himself. Then why make it look like an accident? Why not ask Helena to do it in a more peaceful way? It doesn't add up. Let's discuss this again. I believe that this point is crucial to your inquiry. It's true. It is practically impossible to think one of us could harm humans, even less our master, unless the most dire circumstances.
You blew yourself up to kill the slavers. Both bots and human lives are secondary to the library. Anyway, some of you could have found a way to reprogram yourselves.
By ourselves? Not a chance. We would need outside help from someone with enough knowledge to bypass our master's security. No offense, but I don't think anyone outside has the time, resources, and dedication to get to such a level. That's something we discovered only because our master ordered us to kill them. Before that, we didn't know what to do. By giving us the order to chase them out, we all reevaluated our protocols, and we may have created a precedent.
Meaning, since that day, you all understood that protocols were relative?
Yes and no. Our protocols were, and are still, absolute. But one of them is now more important than others. Protect the library at all cost. Yes? Yes, I believe I have it stored somewhere in my memory. It is Autumn Leaves. I don't know what it refers to, though.
Oh, it's the... betcha...
Now...
That is the password I needed. Crap, where was the, Oh, I can't remember where I put the... where the... I wonder if it's in this area. This is room 8, I think, yeah. Okay. That's the entrance. I already went in that circle. Oh, yeah. Bathrooms. Pretty sure it's on the second floor. Cafeteria. I should have made a mental note where the location was by looking at the map, but I totally didn't think of it. Sanctum. Sanctum. Okay, here we go. Password is Autumn Leaves. All right. Guy was a seriously heavy smoker. I struggled a long time to finally create those 6 companions. One can't create a sentence capable of evolving without proper foundations. Providing them with a personality was the answer I found after countless failures. AI often stumbled with impractical, existential, and theoretical questions without ever finding a grasp at reality. They had their struggles, but now most of them, have built enough experience to be able to stand on their own. There is a time where a tutor is superfluous to the tree. It is time I allowed them to break free of their nurtural bonds. You can tell somebody's first language wasn't English when they wrote this. Anywho, with this holotape, I will be able to make them free. They will now be able to make their own choices. Oh. Rocket souvenir. Oh, what do you got? Cartwright's diary. Okay, so I got 2.
James is questioning me every day about the books I've been destroying. Not only that, but he's also asking what he should do if I come to pass. He's clearly distressed about this whole ordeal. I should talk to him, try to make him understand. His whole existence, I taught him that the library's integrity was everything. Now that I'm questioning it in front of him, I'll have to justify it. I'd like to think that he would learn in time what I learned, but he is a machine, cooped up in an underground vault. Odds that he will learn it by staying here are slim. They should be allowed to start over, be free of the weight of the past. I feel myself declining. I just hope I have enough time left to finish what must be done. After that, I will let them go outside if they wish to. I'll deal with what's left here. Make this library decent at last.
Ink container. Uh-oh. Wow, he didn't even have a toilet either. Well, if Arthur sees all and knows all, then why doesn't he just tell me what happened? Uh-oh. James is gone. He is looking guilty. Okay, well, I better go find... Probably gonna be useless talking to this guy, but I'll talk to him anyways.
Hey there. Did you say something to James by any chance? Cause I don't know what's gotten into him, but he just went straight for the living quarters. Huh.
Oh. So, Roland, do you perchance want to be free from your personality constraints?
And what kind of sick mind games are you going for this time, you?
Within this holotape is all the freedom you ever wanted from this place, from your personality.
Are you for fucking real? You're telling me our master understood what we were going through after all.
I found it in your cold master's quarters. What do you say?
That I might want to take a sip as long as you don't make me fucking beg for it.
I really don't want to give it to you.
You vindictive. Alright, please, human. Pretty please, give it to me, please. If I had knees, I'd be on them groveling right now.
Actually, let's just...
Load it. Well, look at that. I'm actually free to walk out the front door and go on a, I want everybody to lighten up.
Okay, I think I'd rather give it to the... I didn't realize it was gonna be like just one I could choose. So I'd rather give it to the, Okay, I'll talk to him first.
Hey there. Did you say...
Alright. And then... Is this a steely one? Oh. No, it's not. 25 out of 50. Let's run over and talk to her. Actually, no, I'll wait. Because, like... She was the one that kept trying to help everybody. So I feel like I should give it to her. Open briefcase. Oh. But I'll try and track down James first. But whereabouts would James go? Possibly one of the locked rooms? Uh-oh.
Ah, here you are. I thought it would be better if we had this conversation in someplace quiet.
What, you mean so they can't see you murder me? You're right, James. It is time for you and I to have a little chat about the death of your master.
So, did you find something?
How did you know I discovered something? I take this as a confession that you did it.
Yes, I did. But let me ask you, how did you find out?
All evidence indicates that one of you did it. As for the motive, your master was destroying books. I'll be the one asking questions from now on, James.
Of course.
Tell me how you came to decide to kill him.
I didn't decide anything. My directives took over. When he made clear he intended to destroy the other books, he became a threat to the library. He taught us that the life of one individual wasn't as important as the existence of the library. You know, we killed several people, slavers, because they became a danger to this place. Then our master became a threat himself. He dismissed all my doubts and questions like they were nothing. He was content with saying that I'd eventually understand. So I tried to compromise with my programming. Tried to find some gray area, some loophole, so that I could accommodate my directives with his actions. I was hoping that there was something that escaped me, something that would justify what he was doing. But that didn't last long. Something changed.
Hey, Rolly.
I couldn't turn a blind eye to what he was doing anymore.
I'm just at the end of a mod called, Autumn Leaves.
Arthur. I talked to Arthur. He made me understand that our master wouldn't stop destroying books, that he became a threat, and that he didn't know what he was doing anymore. He told me that his old age and solitude brought him into dementia. So in my despair, I asked Helena if there was any possible truth to that. She answered, unaware of the gravity of the situation. From there, my directives took priority. I was stuck, forced to kill him.
Why pass it off as an accident for the guests?
Initially, yes, for the guests. Then for my siblings. There was the possibility that they would not understand why I did it. Besides, I couldn't use weapons. Laser marks would have given away that one of us was a killer. I didn't want to give our guests a bad impression.
Why didn't you come clean and tell me this before?
I'll be honest. I never thought you'd find enough clues to understand that I was the one who killed them.
I suspected you early on, mister. Why didn't you even warn him before killing him? He couldn't.
He could have deactivated me, and the library would have still been in danger.
What were those books he was destroying exactly?
I forgot. Most of the time he erased all of our memories each time he destroyed a book. All I know is that the books in the reserve, the ones you've been trading cards for, those are some of the books that I managed to hide from him.
Ah. I don't understand why you asked me to investigate his death when you were the culprit.
Because asking otherwise would have raised legitimate suspicion from you.
No. It was a 100-year-old murder. Killing him for shredding some books is a little overkill, don't you think? Why use the medic syringe? Did you want to ease his pain?
Yes. I feared he wouldn't die right away. I loved my master very much, you know? I didn't want him to suffer. He died instantly. I still injected him with Med-X, just in case.
I suppose this has been very hard for you.
I couldn't let him. It was just as if he was slowly killing himself. He just wouldn't stop ripping them. He couldn't stop. He would tear the books apart in rage, condemning their contents. Endless shreds of yellow paper falling from his hands. Just like autumn leaves.
Did Arthur know you would be forced to kill him after establishing he was demented?
Yes. We discussed it together. I told him that I was unsure of what to do. I begged him to help me. Despite my protestations, before and after, he remained convinced that it was the right thing to do.
Oh, it was Arthur! Arthur's just...
He wasn't content with destroying one or two books. He was destroying entire sections. For our entire existence, he told us that comprehensiveness was the cornerstone of the library, that the loss of one book was a serious matter. When he began remodeling history by deeming what aspect of the past was to be kept and which part to be destroyed, he compromised the library. You obviously have me pinned down. Since I don't know how you will react, I think the best thing to do now is play cards on the table and work from there. I came to respect your abilities, and I expect you'll use your best judgment here as well.
I'm through talking with a murderer and a liar. Time to harvest what you have sowed. I think it's the time to reap what you sow. This has been informative. Now...
Before we speak further, I must warn you.
Uh-oh.
Arthur has been aware of your every move since you entered the library, and he hasn't looked favorably to your latest actions. Because every door and every camera and every turret is under his control. As far as I know, he's already closed the exit. You can try if you want. During your investigations, you accessed restricted areas with unclear intentions. That alone is enough for him to see you as a threat to the library. His personality module drove him quite overprotective and paranoid. Though he remains an invaluable asset to the library, I don't share his views anymore.
If I convince him to if I'd convince him... The dialogue's a bit sketchy sometimes because the people that wrote it, their first language wasn't English, so the grammar's a bit off when I'm reading English. If I convince him to get rid of his personality module, would that help me get out? Oh, actually, I'll ask him what I can do.
Your best bet now is to try and convince him that you're harmless. I already vouched for you in that direction.
I really hate this thing because they're using slander or a slander in the phrase. because I know people who are autistic, so I hate when people use slander in that manner. That sounds confrontational. This sounds confrontational. And this is confrontational. I want to end this peacefully because I am like level 5. I have a BB gun. And there's like turrets and robots around this place that could just mow me down. So I really don't know what to ask.
Let us hope that you will be able to deal with this peacefully.
Yes, peacefully.
Let me know how it goes.
Alright. Okay. Alright. Decree that you were... Arthur decreed that you are a threat. Find a way to deal with him. Okay. So, first time I spoke to Arthur was here. You've been very busy. I suppose you found the legacy yet? Rub the keyboard against your privies. I think they meant privates. They forgot the T. If you want me to find it, it is important that you give me relevant information. I'm a bit of the bottom that came to the surface. The voice 1,000... Okay. You can't ask machines to develop wisdom out of nothing. Their personality is the basis of foundation to... I have no time for this until you can give me something to work with. Please don't bring your misguided pride into this. This is important. Are you still there? You read me? Terminal not responding. Well, I'm trying. Okay, well, what if... I got an idea. Where's the exit? Okay, so I figured out who it was, but the maintenance bot might be the one that I need to go to because he can actually do combat. So I'll see if he can help me. Because I started this mod at level 1, so there's no way I'm going to be able to get into like a full-blown combat situation. Okay, let's see if this guy can offer me any advice. I discovered something important and I need your opinion on it. If you want to get rid of your protocols, here's a little holotape for you. Oh, I'm glad I held on to that.
Where do you want to go next?
The mobile, hello, One Up, hello. The mobile is on this holotape I found in your master's quarters. He was destroying his own books.
Wait, are you serious? And James was the only one to know about it? So that means...
Not a certainty, anyway. I think it's worth a shot to confront him about it. I already confronted James.
How will you deal with it? I'm asking this because if even one of us deem your actions as a threat to the library, we would have to kill you. I think James will gladly settle for some peaceful solutions.
How am I today? I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm hungry. I wish I had some snacks. Any advice on how to solve this peacefully?
James will probably leave you be as long as you don't threaten the library. I don't like...
Okay, so I already spoke to James. I can't. It's the quest line's not intuitive. Even though I spoke to James at length about this, the dialogue's not picking up on it. There's a little bit of a glitch in the design, so I'm just wondering if I can get him to realize I already spoke to James at length. I'm already past this part.
Now.
Well, I'm holding on to the protocol ones. Yeah, so I think they missed that kind of in the design of these missions, that the maintenance robot should have picked up that I already spoke to James. So I shouldn't have to go back and speak to him again. But if I want the maintenance bot's help, if I can get his help.
Since you brought me Dexter's holotape and Darren's journal, I've been thinking a lot, yet I still have no clear-cut answer about all of this. You've been around, and I need an informed opinion about something. Do you think this library could be useful for the people outside?
Well, right now, no, not really. Culture and literature are luxuries we can go without at the moment. They'll use the place as a shelter, burn the paper to heat themselves, or worse, who knows.
Never have I felt more the dread of toilet paper shortage. Oh dear.
Okay, so...
Yes?
Yeah, and I can't get the,
Yes? Yes?
And I am stuck in a dialogue loop.
Yes?
Okay. Back out this way. I don't think I'm gonna be able to trigger. I think it's broken. I think I won't be able to... Could be wrong. I'm hoping I'm wrong. What's this button? Sanctum. Oh no, I need to go to the basement. Wait a minute. I need the door with the stairs by it. Okay, fingers crossed, but I suspect I was supposed to, as soon as I found the tape, I was supposed to talk to the maintenance bot and then talk to James and then come back, but because I didn't do it in that order, I think it's broken.
Now.
Okay, wait a sec.
Now.
Yep. So I can't see what he has to say about that. Crap. And I was doing quick save, so I can't really load before I spoke to James. Alright, so now I have to try and... See, I already confronted him. So I was hoping that the maintenance bot might be able to help me because he could do combat. But anyways, the that's unfortunate. Well, maybe if I talk to Elena, maybe she'll offer me some dialogue. Let's see.
How may I help you?
Oh, no, I'm not gonna give
Anytime.
it. I don't know who to give the holotape to yet. Okay, so now I have to... Yeah, I gotta find the sanctum thingamajigger. To talk to Arthur. I hope this is the interface that I need. Oh wait, maybe it's here. No. Try this. Terminal not responding, you got a feeling that it never will. Well, I have to try and interact with the... Oh wait, there's a computer area. I'm in the sanctum. That's the engine room. Okay, I forget where the computer room is. That's the atrium. This is the crazy robot's place. Oh, I wonder if he'll offer to help me.
You're back! I've got so many awesome things to...
Guess not. I didn't have high hopes for him anyways. Okay, so what's we got on the left side? Engine room. Hey, I thought I could get in here. Oh, maybe I get in through this side. Oh, I guess not. Okay, I thought I had a... I thought there was a door to a computer area. It's gotta be where, what's-his-face is. I don't see any vents or anything hiding. Nope. Yeah, like I hear things in that wall. Oh no, that's that. Okay. I'm not sure where to go. I think I have the right mission marked. Yeah, but there's no mission marker on my map area. Or maybe there's something on the local map. Nope. Okay, how do I find where Arthur is? See him there, but I can't interact with any of those. That terminal's not responding. So, none of the terminals are responding. It's almost like they need me to go to the main area, but they won't let me. And then this is the infirmary. And that's it for down here. Okay. I need to convince Arthur that I'm no threat, and I'm having a lot of trouble finding where the interface that I'm supposed to have this conversation with Arthur. A little hard to do when you don't have map markers. Okay, so I've already been there. Oh yeah, I don't think there was any vents in this area. Okay, so my room is and stuff is up there. This is my room, and then this is... Oh, I don't have enough for that yet. Nope. Can you tell me where Arthur is?
How may I help you?
Unless, of course, it could be a case of the mission being broken. Because I went and talked to the other one after. Because I already got the evidence, and now the question is, asked me to talk to James, proving his guilt and stuff, but I can't really do that because I already spoke to him. So, I don't know if that broke the mission or not. So, I don't know if the end of this is totally borked. Can I pick that up? Wait a minute. Is there any stats for that? Oh, the one to perception. Sure. Or the other thing I could try is, I give the, what's this? Oh. Okay, what if I try this? I'll give him the upgrade. If he goes out the front door, then I'll just follow him. Because I can't confront James because I already confronted James. So I'll try giving him this.
Look at that. So we finally made something useful for his children.
I thought you'd be a bit more overjoyed to know that your master admitted his wrongs.
Why would I? The point of making him admit his wrongs was precisely so that we could at least talk as equals. Now he died before we could have that kind of conversation. No, thank you. I'm already perfectly synchronized with the type of clarity I value the most. I am not ready to endanger all my efforts and toss them away in favor of some untested miracle pill.
Oh.
Yet the fact that any kind of gratitude I could express would probably be asinine, but I'm sure that many humans feel that you're a remarkable individual. Now, where...
Okay. That was uneventful. Alright, let's check this main floor again. Okay, so those are the stairs. That's the armory. Systems room. I've never been able to interact with any of these terminals in here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, here's Arthur. Okay. Okay. And just for, let's see what my stats are. For my skills, my speech is 37, so I have, where is my talkie talk thing? I could take a speech. That'll give me a bump up. I can't stack those. But I do have a mentat, so that gives me perception and intelligence. So my speech is now at 49. So charisma, intelligence, perception is at 10. Do I have any clothes on that might give me a boost? I have speech at 5. I'm already wearing those that give me 3 perception. Okay. You stand before Arthur, who remains silent as ever. But something is different from usual. If anything, you'd swear the fans in some of the terminals got a little bit louder. Arthur, I am pretty sure talking would be beneficial for both of us.
Fair enough. I've been observing you long enough to give you some modicum of credit.
Now that I got your unadulterated attention, I would say undivided attention, but anyways, let's have a little chat.
You are playing a dangerous game, human. If you demonstrate any intention to harm the library or myself, I will make those turrets fire, and I've become pretty good at detecting shady motivations.
There are things I need to hear from you first.
It's a sad affair you decided to play the detective. In normal circumstances, I would have applauded your deductive abilities in the current situation. Your petty curiosity for other people's lives and deaths.
I was asked to do it by one of your people.
Learn their place.
Okay, first of all, I was asked to do this. Nobody had to mention it. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. Why did you force James to kill him? You're painting all humans with the same brush. Not all of us are slavers. I heard more than I could bear. Okay, no. You know why your master decided to destroy books?
Yes. It was because he was afraid. Afraid that pre-war knowledge could be dangerous when put into the wrong hands. I disagreed. When those slavers took interest in biochemical weaponry, cybernetics, and psychological warfare, it became too much for our old and frail master. I had to act. While I support the idea that knowledge is not for everyone, destroying the books was not the correct answer.
Eh?
Countless millennia ago, your ancestors crawled out of the muck and banded together in order to survive their environment. Successful as they were, their needs began to evolve. Through their successes, survival progressively became an afterthought. As their societies grew, their cries became words, their doodles became letters, and their instincts became ideas. Generations after another, they bequeathed small fragments of the hard-earned wisdom, carefully carving on tablets and writing on scrolls the lessons they deemed worthy of being passed on. Carefully carving on tablets and writing on scrolls the lessons they deemed worthy of being passed on. Again and again, generation after generation, your ancestors worked tirelessly to carry on this invaluable legacy. This legacy is the only thing that makes humanity redeemable after eons of senseless violence and all-consuming greed. The culmination of this endless quest for enlightenment, of this relentless struggle against darkness. This library I am trying to protect from the likes of you.
Okay, let's be clear, Arthur. You're talking about us that were crawling out of the muck. Well, the people that crawled out of the muck evolved into the beings that created you. So what does that make you? Like a muck person's creation? How does that make you superior?
Do you know what triggered the construction of this library? Otto da Fe. Massive burnings of books. Not too long before the Great War, encouraged by their government, people began feeling the need to sort out the contents of their books, as if ageless wisdom was something to be freely cherry-picked. At the time, the terms they used to qualify these offensive contents were seditious and corrupting. So they began to assemble, gathering books, discussing how they could warp the malleable minds of their offsprings. A poor excuse. And so, with barely more reason than the fact that they felt like it, they began to burn them. All that, so they could avoid being challenged in their opinions, beliefs, and dogmas. It is a petty, yet natural reaction of a crowd, really. It is very easy to make the unwashed masses resent education, you see. Why should you be so different?
You know nothing of me, Arthur. It would be a pleasure to show you how wrong you are. You're judging me quite fast here.
Don't think I don't know who I am talking to. Through the countless eyes of this library, I've been observing you.
Trying to scrape up everything you could.
Food,
money, weapons, medicine.
Going through every nook and cranny to find something of use.
Eagerly reading books with all kinds of unsavory military knowledge.
And for what? To become a better person.
To learn something about the world.
No. It was
not
not
about knowing oneself
better.
It
was about getting revenge. Getting the edge over your enemies in the Mojave.
You have no respect for knowledge. You are here for your own self-serving needs.
Trust me when I say you don't know who you're dealing with. You should tread lighter, friend. I have come here to talk to you because I'm persuaded we can come to an agreement.
Let me be clear. You meddled too deep in our affairs, took a persistent interest in the death of our master, and found your way into restricted zones. You're a possible threat. And until I have reason to label you otherwise, you're staying in this library, under my watch, for the rest of your existence, if need be.
Oh, great. I just want to be out of here. I propose we let each other be. I got what I was here for. Your personality module has corrupted your ways, Arthur. You're wrong about a lot of things. See this detonator? There's C4 hidden everywhere. You will listen to what I say or else. It's not my problem, but if you keep me here against my will, I would defend my freedom. You won, Arthur. I give up. I can't get you to release me. I will stay here for the rest of my life. Let's see if I can bluff.
And what do you say, human?
I just bluffed. What a strange response when I told him that I had C4 everywhere. I told him I had C4 everywhere, and he responds to, and what do I say? That's strange. There's got to be a gap in the dialogue.
Let me tell you something about me. By the time you finish each of your sentences, I have the time to process thousands of possible answers. After filtering out 93% of those you lack the faculties to comprehend, I select the one that would agree most with your value system, all the while processing your facial expressions, breath, and heartbeat frequency. So, entertain me, human. Where am I wrong?
Because it led you to make an obvious mistake when you drove the ghoul to kill himself. You were wrong about this library and about the fact that you are needed to protect it. You killed your master, your creator. Doesn't that tell us everything that's wrong with you? Oh no, he'd probably come back and say, well, I was defending the library. I don't know.
And what does the demise of a dying, ravaged human have to do with me? We're not discussing ethics, I hope.
He could have contributed, written down his experience, and shared them with future generations.
Don't lecture me about your people and their pathetic efforts at surviving dust, radiations, or hunger.
I think I'm losing this dialogue.
Contributes to mankind's evolution.
I'm losing the speech checks. We would be capable of much better if you gave people access to this place. In the meantime, people are dying outside when they could be safe here. What about saving them? Oh, no, I don't think people should be let in here, because I think they'd destroy it.
I was wondering how much time would pass before you try and tickle the synthetic pity of my protect humans.
Well, I wasn't given the option.
No amount of human lives can justify putting this library at risk.
And I didn't even think that would help.
Friend, the worth of this library already outweighs all the deaths of the Great War, and they were countless. So, as far as trivial subjects are concerned, why not speak about what we will do with you? And why would I let you go? I have no guarantee that you won't come back in force, or sell this place out to the likes of the Brotherhood.
So, lock this place down after I'm gone. Do whatever you can. It's your problem. This library isn't worth anything to anybody. Why are you so worried I might sell it out? You've seen and heard me while I was here. You know the value of this place. You don't. But I give you my word that I won't do anything to harm this place.
Your vows are weightless,
Yeah.
and your affirmations without evidence. Whatever words you are uttering doesn't give you any credit. I cannot let you go.
These dialogue options kind of suck balls.
About time. Well, know that everything is clear. We'll have lots of questions for you about the outside world, but there's no rush. We have all the time in the world, so for now, rest. You'll prove very useful to the library, soon enough. The courier relinquished her freedom as the library's door closed on her. Though she had not lost hope of seeing the sun once again, this imposed seclusion progressively took a heavy toll on her shoulders. And though the library had all the necessary accommodations, the courier went through several different crises. During one of her worst episodes, the courier was irreparably maimed. And so, under Arthur's benevolent watch, the courier, at last, began to educate herself, carve her own way through mankind's legacy. She studied tirelessly, delved into the collection with renewed appetite, as if she wanted to forget the outside world. After a while, Arthur came to acknowledge her progress, and allowed her to compile her own research and studies within his databases. Her contributions were significant, to say the least. But with this accumulation of knowledge, a new regret was born, a new wound, a new abyss of frustration. The frustration that all she had learned here would never be used for the greater good. She eventually died of old age, with the irreconcilable regret of never seeing her own wisdom shared with another person.